proceed.
Okay, thank you.
And hold on, I want to complain about this way of registering. I've been trying to get through for 10 minutes now.
I'm gonna have to leave you one moment. One moment. I'm speaking to the person on WebEx. The phone number for you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. My name's Ann Morgan. I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Service Board, and I would like to welcome you all to this hybrid meeting of the board. We acknowledge that the land we are on as we hold this meeting is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and now home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The board also acknowledges Toronto's covered by Treaty 13, signed by the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. At this point, I'm going to ask if there's any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Seeing none, let me proceed. I will now turn it over to the board's executive director, Dr. Buchanan-Gisser, who will go over the meeting's logistics.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who have joined us in person, as well as those who called into this meeting virtually. Please note this meeting is also being live streamed on the Toronto Police YouTube account and will be available there at the conclusion of the meeting. Joining us in person, we have Chair Ann Morgan, Vice Chair Lisa Kostakis. Happy early birthday, Lisa. Member Nick Migliori, Member Nadine Spencer, Deputy Mayor Amber Morley, and Councillor Shelley Carroll. Councillor Lily Chang is on her way and should be joining us soon. We also have members of our board office staff, Chief Demkiw and his command team, members of the service, and of course members of the public. We have individuals who have registered to make deputations, both in person as well as virtually, on our agenda items. As per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do a deputation, those who have registered will be called upon or brought into the meeting. And as always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them questions. We will take a break for lunch around noon, if that is necessary. And Chair, before I turn the meeting back over to you, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Caitlin Chapman, the board's newly appointed Indigenous Engagement Advisor. This is a role I'm very excited about adding to our office. Caitlin is a mixed Mohawk woman from the Tyendinaga Mohawk Territory. She's a member of the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte and belongs to the Haudenosaunee Wolf Clan. Caitlin brings experience in the fields of Indigenous post-secondary education and violence against women. She has a bachelor's in social work from Trent University, and she's dedicated to fostering reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples by working to bridge gaps in understanding and actively work to build and nourish relationships that are rooted in reciprocity and respect. As the board's Indigenous Engagement Advisor, Caitlin will develop, lead, and implement engagement strategies with diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis members of the diverse urban Indigenous community of Tigarunto, including youth, elders, and knowledge carriers, and treaty and territorial rights holders, on behalf of the Toronto Police Service Board. Caitlin's efforts will be an extension of the board's commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation Report, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, the Missing and Missed Report, and the Toronto Police Service Board's 81 recommendations for police reform. Caitlin will play a critical role in leading the successful outreach and community engagement with members of the diverse Indigenous nations and their communities as a vital part of the board's responsibility to foster meaningful relationships and engagement on matters that are deeply important in order to ensure it properly and fully fulfills the civilian oversight and governance roles. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Caitlin. Chair.
Before we begin today's meeting, I'd like to extend, on behalf of the entire board, our condolences to Councillor Carroll. She lost her father, Jack Baskerville, on May 14th, 2024, and just want to express to Councillor Carroll and her family our deepest, healing karma and sending your way in a difficult time. So thank you. And I now would like to go through the agenda. Item number 1 is the confirmation of the minutes from the regular public meeting held on April 30th, 2024. We have a deputation. Item number 2 is a presentation on the Toronto Police Service Honor Wall, and as well, we do have a deputation as well. Item number 3 is a presentation as well as a number of deputations. Item number 4 is, with respect to the body-worn cameras, there is a written submission on this. So perhaps we can have a motion to approve. Nicole Corrado wrote a thoughtful deputation, but may I have a motion?
I have a couple of questions on that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. We'll hold that down. Item number 5 is a report from Chief Demkiw as it relates to requesting for funds for the youth, the YIPPIes, or the Youth in Policing Luncheon and Awards. Any questions on that? Otherwise, may I have a motion? Deputy Mayor Morley, and a seconder is Board Member Spencer. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, that's approved. Item number 6 is a contract award to Paladin Technologies for the CCTV management, and we have 2 deputants who will speak on that.
I'll have some questions on that item as
Yes,
well. Yeah.
thank you, Councillor Carroll. Okay. Item number 7 is a report as it relates to AI from Chief Demkiw. There are a number of deputations on that matter. Item number 8, a city councillor decision brought by Executive Director Dr. Kanagisser, and it's to donate the surplus vehicles to Ukraine. Can I have a motion on that, subject to any questions? Board Member Vice Chair Kostakis, and seconded by Nick Migliore. Thank you. All in favor? Seeing none, but nobody opposed. Item number 9 is the May 15th report by Dr. Kanagisser as it relates to proposed revisions to the board's procedural bylaw, and there are deputations on that. Oh, and at this point in time, we would like to having regard to needing more sort of consultation on this matter. I need a motion because I would like to defer this to the June 24th meeting for further discussion. Can I have a motion? Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Councillor Carroll. All in favor? And so that matter, item number 9, will be deferred to June 24th. Item number 10 is a report by Chief Demkiw, the annual report as it relates to grants and applications from April 1st to March 31st, 2024. It's for receipt. May I have a motion to receive? Nick Migliore and Deputy Mayor Morley. Thank you. All in favor to receive? Thank you. Seeing no opposition. Item number 11 is the annual police towing contract, January 23rd to December 2023. It's a report to receive. And thank you, Councillor Carroll. May I have a seconder? Board Member Kostakis, all in favor. Seeing nobody opposed, item is received. Item number 12 is the report from Chief Demkiw. It's the annual report of cooperative joint and consolidated procurements for 2023.
Madam Chair, I have just a quick question on that one and number 13 as well.
All right, so we'll hold both of those down. Item number 3, we have a deputation as well. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I'll just make a note. Item number 14, it's the annual report of non-competitive purchases, and we have a deputation on that. We'll hold that down. Item number 15, again, semi-annual report, publication of expenses for 2023 for the second half of the year. We have deputations on that, so we will hold that matter down. There are a number of deputants on item number 16, which are the Chief's Administrative Investigative Report. We'll hold that down, and that's 16.1 through to 16.4. Item number 17 is the occupational health and safety update, member well-being. I don't see any, are there going to be any questions on that?
I'd like to hold in my name on behalf of Councillor Chang.
All right.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. All right, and then we'll go back. I know, I'm going to do that now. Thank you. Okay, and before we turn it over to the chief for his verbal update, I would like to add a motion to our agenda, and that is, if you remember at the last board meeting, I believe we had a motion and approval to change the bylaws to add a second member to the board's bargaining committee. So at this point in time, given that we made that change, I would like to make a motion to add a second member to the board's bargaining committee from this day forward. And I make a motion that Councillor Carroll is that. May I have a seconder? Seconder, Deputy Mayor Morley. All in favor? All right, seeing no opposition. Welcome to the bargaining committee. You think? Thank you. And now I believe, having gone through the agenda, it is now time to turn it over to Chief Demkiw. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. And Councillor Carroll, as the Chair noted, on behalf of the Toronto Police Service, please accept our deepest condolences. It's always hard with parents for all of us, and we truly sympathize with what you are experiencing in the family loss. Good morning again. I'm pleased to provide the monthly report, and other command members will provide updates today as well. On Monday, Mayor Chow and I visited the Bay's Chahai Mushka School to meet with school administration in the aftermath of the shooting there this past weekend. The Toronto Police Service is committed to doing all we can to advance this investigation. Our hate crime unit is assisting our guns and gangs unit to bring the perpetrators to justice. We understand the fear and isolation this creates for the Jewish community. We also know that gun violence is a concern for residents across our city. Deputy Johnson will have an update for you on hate crimes shortly, but I wanted to acknowledge the unsettling impact this event has had on our city and share that we have increased our presence and we continue regular engagement with members and leaders from the Jewish and Muslim communities, focusing on cultural centers, synagogues, mosques, schools, and other places of worship across the city. Our command team reviews analytics on crime indicators, call volume, and response times every Monday to ensure we make evidence-based decisions on deployment. Across the service, we continue to see a rise in calls for service, which are up 7.9% so far this year. Despite this significant increase in call volume, we are seeing the direct results of improved supervisory capacity and the strategic deployment of additional police officers so far this year. I am pleased to report that the trend of modestly improving our response to Priority 1 calls continues. The average response time to Priority 1 calls for service is now 17.9 minutes, which is an improvement over the 22 minutes we saw late last year. More needs to be done, as this is not the standard that Torontonians expect and deserve. Experience tells us that increased call volumes, special events, and daily operational pressures will affect response times during the busy summer season. We are also now seeing an increase in response times for lower priority calls. I want to assure the people of Toronto that just because we classify a call as a lower priority, the call is important to us, and we will continue to look for opportunities to improve our response times to these calls as well. Our sustainable multi-year hiring plan is key to helping us continue to improve our response time over the long term. We are seeing the incremental improvement to this aspect of our service, and as we outlined last year, this issue will only be solved by concerted attention to staffing levels, effective oversight, and strategic deployment, ensuring that our people are where they are needed the most, when they are needed the most. We are tending to those matters that are urgent, while not losing sight of the fact that we need to improve on matters that are important, yet perhaps not as urgent. Chief Administrative Officer Svina Dhaliwal and I intend to present our multi-year hiring plan to this board this summer. To that end, just this past Monday, it was my honor to present badges to our newest police constables. We look forward to the impact this graduation of 116 constables will have on our ability to provide effective policing services for communities all across the city. This class of 116 new officers reflects our diverse city, with 46% speaking a second language and many speaking multiple languages, including Arabic, Cantonese, French, Greek, Hindi, Lebanese, Polish, Russian, Spanish, Tamil, and Ukrainian. These officers also bring a wealth of knowledge and experience. 89% have completed post-secondary education, including 52% having university degrees, including 4 officers with master's degrees and 1 with a PhD. 37% earned college diplomas, and 14 were previously employed by the Toronto Police Service in civilian roles, and 14 have military experience. These new police officers are being deployed to the front line as we speak. We recently celebrated Police Week and honored the work of our brave and dedicated members. I want to take a moment to share some of the extraordinary work with you. Detective Nora Hammond from 32 Division received a Bravery Award from the Ontario Women in Law Enforcement. That same evening, Superintendent Kathy Stevenson, seated right over there, was named the Ontario Women in Law Enforcement 2023 Officer of the Year. Constable Amanda Frederick of 43 Division was honored with the Laura Ellis Memorial Award for community service. You can read more about their incredible work in the news story page on our website. And continuing on the amazing work of our police officers, I would like to offer congratulations to Staff Superintendent Pauline Gray and Deputy Chief Lauren Pogue, who both received 35-year service awards. Congratulations, Deputy and Staff Superintendent, and thank you for your leadership and continued dedication to service. And with that, I'll turn over the remarks to Deputy Pogue to share some additional updates.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief. 2 weeks ago, the 57th Annual Toronto Police Excellence Awards were presented to recognize both civilian professionals and police officers. The new Police Animal Excellence Awards went to Staff Sergeant Michael Palermo and his canine partner Luke for finding an 86-year-old man with dementia in thick brush, in a ravine, and in freezing conditions. A team comprised of members from 3 units: talent acquisition, workforce planning, and insight and corporate communications, won the Business Excellence Awards for developing a series of integrated and proactive ways to promote, attract, and measure recruitment. Their work contributed to a 33% increase in applications from racially diverse candidates and a 39% increase in the hiring of Black members, as well as more multilingual candidates. The most anticipated award of the night is always Police Officer of the Year, which was shared by 5 officers from 33 Division, whose training, compassion, and empathy helped save a life. The fact that 5 members received this award reflects the reality of police work. We work best as a team. Rather than tell you what they did, we will show you. Please watch this latest in our This is TPS video series, which is produced by our own corporate communications office, to see how the officers responded to a man in crisis on the railing of a 17th floor balcony.
So there was a 911 call that was placed by family of a gentleman who was on the 18th floor balcony and was getting ready to jump. I was the first on scene with a couple of other units. We went straight up to the 18th floor, knocked on the door. The wife let us in right away. My first priority was to try to make contact with him, get him to focus on me, and try to convince him at least to first get off the ledge so that we could talk.
PC Frias was already speaking with the male on the balcony when I arrived. He was soft-spoken in speaking to the male, trying to encourage him and supportive that he would help.
Yeah, 17 floors up, very concerned that he was going to, even if he didn't want to jump, that he could slip and fall. So Paul kept talking to him while the rest of us all started taking on roles and tasks to see what we could do to help.
The other officers were gathering information from the family members that were on scene. And another officer was doing the radio communication with the dispatch to let them know what was happening.
PC Frias did a fantastic job seeing what things would keep the male calm or things that would make him upset, maintaining that communication and eventually talking him down.
Empathy is extremely important. It's stressed heavily at the college when we go through training. Just having that ability to put yourself into someone else's shoes, just allowing yourself to be an ally. So to be able to work together and achieve these positive outcomes, there's no better feeling.
You know, it's an amazing feeling that I had the chance to prevent someone from taking their life.
Every day we have our police officers that go out there and they risk their lives and they put themselves in harm's way. I have to give kudos and congratulate these officers from a de-escalation training mindset perspective. This is an example of what we do each and every single day. This is TPS.
I was contacted by the Crown.
The man was taken to hospital for treatment and assessment. He and his family were provided additional resources through the local focus table, which helps connect people who are in need of community support with key resources. While we celebrate these deserving recipients, I pause to remind everybody that there were many, many deserving nominees for these awards, and their service does not go unnoticed or uncelebrated. We have other work to share with you, in particular on crime prevention. Street racing continues to be an issue and poses a danger to people using the roads in Toronto. Calls for stunt driving are up 31% over last year. With this in mind, last week, the service hosted the kickoff for the annual street racing and stunt driving initiative called Project Erase, which stands for Eliminate Racing Activity on Streets Everywhere. There will be zero tolerance for this dangerous behavior, including street racing or stunt driving, and officers will be attending reports of this happening in our city. In the past 5 months, officers have investigated 120 vehicles and issued 348 Provincial Offence Act notices. We will continue to collaborate with our police services to coordinate our enforcement efforts with the objective of keeping our roads and our highways safe for all users. I will now turn over the mic to Deputy Chief Rob Johnson for some additional updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Pope. You will recall that last month I shared that Chief Demkiw and I participated in Be on the Lookout, or BOLO, Top 25 Most Wanted launch, which included a $100,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of Canada's #1 most wanted fugitive wanted by the Toronto Police Service. I'm pleased to share that just 1 week later, on April 30th, Canada's most wanted fugitive was arrested in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, on a Canada-wide warrant at the request of the Toronto Police Service, following the receipt of information that was provided to us by the public. The accused has been returned to Toronto to stand trial on second-degree murder. This arrest and the awareness raised across Canada is proof that community partnerships work. 2 other fugitives have also recently been arrested, in part due to the public awareness generated by the BOLO campaign. Project Resolute continues with the support of our expanded hate crime unit. Since October the 7th, we have attended 1,270 suspected hate crime calls for service. We are attending an average of 159 suspected hate crime calls for service a month. We have confirmed 300 suspected hate crimes since October the 7th, resulting in 94 arrests and 243 hate crime occurrences related charges. The most common charges are mischief, assault, and uttering threats. Hate crime occurrences are up 64% over the same period last year. Anti-Semitism continues to account for more reported hate crimes than any other category. Of the 187 hate crimes so far in 2024, 47% were anti-Semitic. We will present our annual hate crime report during this meeting later this morning. On Monday, I joined Kieran Bisla, Acting Detective Sergeant from our Hate Crimes Unit, and we spoke to the Federal Justice Committee about the complexity of hate crime laws, because determining motivation of bias, prejudice, or hate can be difficult. We recommended that more dedicated hate crime units be created within other police services, and that a hate crime course and culturally sensitive training be mandated to ensure a consistent investigative approach. I also spoke about the need for a standardized definition of hate crime in consultation with communities. We know there is frustration around the lack of clarity as to what constitutes a hate incident as opposed to a hate crime or hate propaganda. A commitment to ongoing education and training for our officers will assist the public and the police. Hate crimes have an impact that is much larger than the singular offense, whether it be graffiti, harassment, or an assault. Their impact affects the individual, their family, friends, and their community as a whole. On May the 2nd, pro-Palestinian protesters set up an encampment on the University of Toronto campus after breaching fencing the school had erected. We proactively established contact with the University of Toronto campus safety at the beginning of the encampment and have maintained regular communication since. Our ongoing support has been reiterated numerous times and always received with expressions of appreciation from the university administration officials. We have been clear we are prepared to respond to any public safety or emergency for which police would be required. We have made arrests in conjunction to 5 incidences related to the encampment, including one earlier this week. Given the manner in which events have unfolded to date, including the fact that the demonstrators were permitted by the University of Toronto to remain on their property, and the decision of the Quebec court denying McGill University an interim injunction, the Trespass to Property Act does not give the Toronto Police Service sufficient legal authority to clear an encampment. Therefore, absent a material change of circumstances, the Toronto Police Service will only act in situations involving an emergency to enforce the law and protect public safety, or act in accordance with a court order. We continue to respect the right to lawful assembly and expression, but we will uphold the law while prioritizing the safety of all individuals, students, protesters, and officers. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Chief.
Thank you, deputies. Looking ahead, June is another busy month. It's National Indigenous Peoples Month, and there will be a National Indigenous Peoples Day event at headquarters on June 20th. June is, of course, Pride Month. Next week, on June 3rd, we are holding a gender diverse trans inclusion town hall. Before I conclude, I want to give you a preview of a new video we will be sharing next week that showcases the work of our 2S LGBTQ+ liaisons and the discrimination faced by members of the community. Watch what happened when our liaison officer was driving an assault victim to get her safely home after testifying in court.
I was contacted by the Crown at the Ontario Court of Justice to assist with the case that they had. So they asked me to reach out to the victim and make sure she's safe and take her home.
He drove me home in the fabulous Pride SUV. And as he was driving me home, we reached a stoplight, and then an individual in a pickup truck came up to us.
A transgender cop car. Look at that. Are you guys cops, or you just identify as cops? That's none of your business, and I'm hands-free, so there's nothing you can do. I'm just asking you a question, Sergeant. You cops, or you identify as cops? I have no idea. That reality doesn't exist anymore, right?
Part of me was shocked, but part of me was not shocked. I am a trans woman. I've been transitioning for 8 years. I get harassed and vilified every day of my life.
The chief spoke recently. We had an event. Hate crimes towards the 2S LGBT community are up 140% between January and May. So it's certainly a worrying trend. Not only do I think violent rhetoric can become violent actions, it does. That's where it starts. And I think a lot of that is bred by things like this. I do many different things. I try not to ever say no whenever I'm needed. A lot of things that we do too are visibility, showing the 2S LGBTQ+ community who we are.
I think it's fantastic that Toronto Police Service has created a response to the need. I think their visibility is important in a world that right now is working so hard to erase who LGBTQI people are. Have a happy and safe Pride, everyone.
We'll be sharing this video across all our social channels next week. Several Pride-related events are also held during this month, and I'm very pleased to advise that for the second year, the Service and Board will host our annual Pride reception at the Metropolitan Community Church on June 20th. We're looking forward to another great event. Chair, thank you, and I'll turn it back to you now.
Thank you, Chief. Those are wonderful videos in terms of communication. So thank you to all the folks who not only participated, but also who make them and create them for the public. So thank you. At this point, I'd like to go back to the agenda, turn it over to item number 1, was the confirmations of the minutes from the regular public meeting held on April 30th, 2024. And I believe we have a deputation. Mr. Langenfeld, can you hear me? Mr. Langenfeld, are you ready to speak, sir? Okay, thank you. He's usually pretty good. Yeah, he's there.
Well, now that your staff's finally able to unmute me, now we're on the phone here. Okay. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Langenfeld.
Thank you. I'll try and share my screen here from last month, and this is Doobie addressing the board. I hope you can see this. Can you hear that video?
We couldn't, if you want to replay it, Mr. Langenfeld,
Okay, well, hopefully you can hear it now.
Yeah.
Or you are otherwise instructed, you will be advised. Subsequent violations may result in a deputation being ruled to be concluded, and the individual may be expelled from the meeting. It violates our rules of procedure, or you are otherwise instructed, you will be advised. Subsequent violations may result.
Apparently I can't share both audio and video at the same, or a screenshot and video, so.
It is my sincere hope that this meeting will proceed smoothly in an environment that is welcoming, respectful, and fair.
This useless software that you use.
Before I get I'd like to the individual may be expelled.
So,
the deputation violates our rules of procedure, or you are otherwise instructed, you will be advised. Subsequent violations may result in a deputation being ruled to be concluded, and the individual may be expelled from the meeting.
okay, so here's that. What it's saying.
In an environment that is welcoming, respectful, and fair. Or you are otherwise instructed, you will be advised.
So he's reading the last part here.
In a deputation being ruled to be concluded, and the individual may be expelled from the meeting. It is my sincere hope that this meeting will proceed smoothly in an environment that is welcoming, respectful, and fair. So I turn that back, back to the chair. I'll just clarify that.
So as you can see there in that video, what the minutes say is actually not what Dr. Cannagetzer said. All right, so you've added now in the minutes, you've created false information and created a false record where you've now claimed that as well it was stated that the meeting will be recessed and in extreme cases an individual being charged under the Trespass to Property Act. And I first of all ask where in the Trespass to Property Act it gives a right for government to limit speech. And of course this goes back to last month's occurrence where Derek was arrested and, as I understand it, criminally charged for obstruct police. He's now facing trial. I believe he spent a day and a half in lockup, all because you're violating people's rights. And that seems to be what goes on. Of course, we know that you've heard many times here the decision of the Ontario Court of Appeal in Bracken v. Fort Erie, the fact that the individual there called members of town council liars and communists. The court identifies that the language was neither polite nor restrained, and yet they identify that that's free speech. It's covered under the Constitution. It's protected speech, and it's a crime for you to violate that. And yet, of course, we know that in your bylaws here, or according to Doobie's comments here, we're required to be respectful and act in an orderly manner, as if it's just ridiculous that you think that you can edit people's speech that way. So the fact that this is an ongoing thing, and I mean, Councillor Carroll, you'll remember back when you started on the board with Alec Mukherjee, and certainly it may have been a little more hectic, but it was a whole lot more effective, and we had the people of this city actually pleased, or at least pleased with the improvement they were seeing in policing. And instead then, of course, you saw Andy Pringle come on and that go downhill, and we're seeing that happening now in this board where things are continuously going downhill, and we're having the public threatened and intimidated that if we dare to open our mouths, we'll be arrested and handcuffed and dragged off and locked up for a night. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I noticed that the chair's comments about Mr. Northrup and his unfortunate death becomes part of the minutes, and yet the public's not allowed to speak on it. And all I wanted to say last time was that the public's not happy with having the OPP do it. The board could create a policy that that dictated when OPP or another police force is involved. We saw with Waterloo Police when they looked at the naming of DeFonte Miller there, that it took them 4 years, and it wasn't until a week after Mark Saunders retired that all of a sudden that report came out saying that police had covered it up. I believe my time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Any questions? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes from April 30th, 2024? Member Kostakis, Member Migliore, all in favor? Seeing nobody opposed, minutes. We now go to item number 2, which is the Toronto Police Service Honor Wall. There is a presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Morgan, members of the board, Chief, members of command. My name is Stephen Prentice. I'm one of the inspectors at the intelligence unit, but prior to that posting, I was assigned to the Office of the Chief and had the honor and privilege of working on this important body of work. Joining me today are Dilnaz Garda, President of Canada Beyond the Blue, and Peter Grande, Director of Member Benefits of the Toronto Police Association. So currently in the Toronto Police Service, we have 3 memorials that honor, well, up until now, we had 3 memorials that honored members who had died either in the line of duty or as veterans of World War I or World War II. The first one you'll see there is the Grenville lobby here at headquarters, where you'll see 3 panels there that honor in line of duty and World War I and World War II veterans on those separate plaques. You'll see the memorial at the Toronto Police College, where that's sitting just outside the Darren Smith Auditorium, and then the third one being at our headquarters museum here. In 2015, the Ontario Human Rights Commission filed a claim at the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario alleging discrimination with respect to employment on the basis of disability. At the time that this was filed, there was no way to honor members who had, the only members that we honored were those that died from physical injuries as a result of their work experience. And that was something that triggered this piece of work, and through the work and advocacy of Linda Adamson, who is the wife of Edward Adamson. In 2017, the service entered into a minutes of settlement with the OHRC, and some of the key features for that was to ensure that members that had suffered mental health and trauma as a result of their service had an equal opportunity to be included in our memorials. Some key features were that all members would be placed onto one wall, that there'd be a formal application process with defined criteria, and that there would be an expert review required both once the procedure was developed, but also after 3 years of operationalizing that procedure to make sure that it was inclusive and it didn't still discriminate. Since the original settlement was signed back in 2017, no names had been approved for the wall, but as time passed, it allowed for a better understanding of mental health issues and an accommodation of evolving attitudes in that intervening time. Two real key things happened in this intervening time period. The first was because of the work of Dilnaz and Canada Beyond the Blue. coining the term because of the line of duty. This is terminology that is now just part of police vernacular. It's so normalized for us to use those terms. And it helped us understand what we were actually talking about. It helped us say how serving the community exposes members of police services to trauma that people are not meant to experience without some kind of consequence. And articulating that was so important because it allowed us to focus on what was really important and why we were doing this. The second thing that we were, and that sometimes that trauma ends tragically in death by suicide. The second thing that happened was OPP Commissioner Creek created a working group and created the first in Canada memorial for members who had died from mental health injuries in Orillia. So those were two very key things that happened in that intervening time. So as the service continued to work towards its own memorial, we engaged stakeholders and experts and had open and engaging, candid discussions with the OHRC as we went about our work. But born out of a discussion between the chief and Superintendent Ty Hilton here to my right, who were actually traveling to another police funeral, an in-line of duty death, their discussions resulted in this vision of one wall that uniquely recognized members by adding a plaque to our Grenville lobby and transforming the entire lobby into the Hall of Honor, where we can honor all members who have sacrificed, regardless of how they died. It was more about how they lived and served. And you'll see just an artist rendering in this picture where we've got the three existing plaques of in the line of duty death, World War I veterans, World War II veterans, and then adding the fourth plaque of because of the line of duty deaths. So this isn't exactly what it'll look like when the work is finished, but this is just something that really helps us communicate what we're trying to accomplish. But these plaques will be on the same physical wall. So what we've learned and continue to learn through our stakeholder and expert engagement is that it's crucial to have equal recognition that recognizes that each of these deaths are unique and they deserve that recognition, but also the understanding that that uniqueness leads to other things. And it's so important to have that as the context for engaging in this particular work. That this memorial is open to all members and not just police officers is important. We have many members who are exposed to trauma that it impacts them deeply. And for example, the first of our first responders, such as communications, they experience trauma differently than somebody who's on the street, but no less severe. So it's important that our memorial recognizes all members of the police service and that service. That this trauma can be a singular event, or it can be accumulated over a period of time is very important. And that this memorial needs to be centered on how, I said earlier, how people lived and served and not necessarily how they died. The memorial is also an opportunity to continue the work of destigmatization and provide opportunities for prevention and intervention, highlighting programs and supports and creating conversations that highlight the real dangers of our service. The criteria for inclusion is that when a member death where injury or trauma, whether it's cumulative or in one instance sustained during the course of their policing duties, was determined to be a significant contributing factor. So there's a lot in that criteria, but it's actually fairly straightforward, but the application of it can be very challenging. And to assist the chief as he makes his decisions on who is included in this memorial, he has struck a committee called the Honor Wall Committee, Advisory Committee. That committee is chaired by Director Castleman, who's with us here today, and includes external stakeholders such as Dil Nasgarda, Jason Tomlinson from the Toronto Police Association, as well as Scott Maxwell from Wounded Warriors. It's so important to bring those perspectives into this advisory work because we all have our perspectives that are from our lived experience, so it's so important to be able to open ourselves to learning from those perspectives. This committee also is comprised of leaders from across our service. And the reason for that is it provides an opportunity for our leaders to learn from the deep experience that's in that committee and to take those learnings and make recommendations on members to the chief, but also that this committee could inspire other programs, other initiatives, because you have the leaders sitting at the table that can influence their work areas and take that work back with them. So I will now show you a brief video of our inaugural ceremony that occurred on May the 2nd.
Today we are here honoring 4 members of the Toronto Police Service who died because of the line of duty. It's important for us to focus on destigmatizing self-care surrounding mental health, and today is a step forward for this organization to honor those who have passed because of the line of duty.
So today was surreal. It's bittersweet. I wanted to celebrate, and it's such an odd thing to say, but I wanted to celebrate and to grieve at the same time. I was surrounded by people who were impacted. I was not just a family sitting there. It was leadership, it was police officers, it was civilian members. It's just our police community hurting.
I was moved by the ceremony, and I think it's a wonderful thing to do because it might help make the public more aware of the problems that a policeman's facing.
So we've been working together with partners for many years now to bring this forward to today's culminating event. Our partnership with the families, support of the families has been a big part of the TPA and what we've done.
I've always been proud of what he's done and what he accomplished, especially today. It was just nice to hear, you know, the speeches that were given and prayers that were given, and it really brought closure to Mike's death many years ago.
The funeral that Dad had wasn't anything like what was today, and he was recognized, and it was beautiful. What today represented, not only for my family, is to hopefully help another family not go through what our family did, how I grew up without my dad, or another family, maybe a mom, a police officer who's struggling, that the stigma is erased completely. So that's really important for me.
Don't underestimate what this does for the family, for the police community, that you can stand tall.
The four members that were honored at that ceremony were Chief John Chisholm, Detective Michael Pedley, Constable Darius Garda, and Staff Sergeant Edward Adamson. So this was an extremely moving ceremony, and you heard from Melissa Busby, who was Michael Pedley's daughter, daughter of Detective Michael Pedley, and she described the ceremony as the funeral and recognition that her father never had. She said that once her father died, she never heard anything from the service. That was it. It was a complete cutoff. And so this was our opportunity to make amends with her, and I'll tell you, she's been very gracious, along with all the families involved in working with us to make this a reality. Melissa did plan on being with us here today, but unfortunately she fell ill and was not able to make it, but I wanted to recognize that she was ready to come here today with us. So what comes next? Well, what comes next is that this is just the beginning. There are so many more members that deserve recognition and honor on this wall, and there are families, friends, and loved ones who can go to our website to fill out an application. If they have difficulty filling out that application, they can just phone us and we'll help them fill out that application. It's all posted on our external website, and we'll make sure that we give those applications the attention that they deserve for their family members and their loved ones. The in memoriam page on our external website is updated to tell the stories of some of these individuals, again, to celebrate their life and their service. Superintendent Tyrone Hilton is currently leading the physical redesign of our Hall of Honor and the honor wall. So that is a body of work that will continue over the next several months. And as well, if you go down into the Grenville lobby, you will see the placards from that memorial are still down in that area in our Hall of Honor, and you can read a little bit about each individual member as well. What I will say is that I may be standing here before you today presenting on this material, and it was my honor to do that, but what you see is just the tip of an iceberg. This was a journey for the service. There are so many people over so many years that have contributed and developed this particular project. Some of them are listed here. Some of them are in the room today. Sea-Wing is here. Sandy's here at the back. Tyrone is here. Dilnaz is here. Pete's here. So this was truly a journey for us, and obviously the Chief in Command supporting this along the way. So thank you to all those members and getting us to where we are today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dilnaz and let her speak on this topic for us.
Thank you. We're good? I want to start off by actually
when my journey began, Cheryl Carroll was at the table. And I remember meeting you in your office and receiving your unwavering support. And I think it's such a full circle moment that in my grief, I met you then, and I want to extend my condolences in your grief now. Chair, board, chief in command. This absolutely began with an OHRC. We were brought together with Chief Raymer at the helm, and now Chief Demkiw. I strongly believe that it doesn't matter how it started, but it started. And there were decisions that were made that could have gone terribly wrong. The wrong decisions could have been made. But it speaks to leadership when they reach out to people with voices, skin in the game, that are able to weigh in and guide those decisions. And I can say that the final product is absolutely done in the right way. And I say it as a family member who's lost. Thanks to the chief, thanks to Tyrone Hilton, who the passion is so visible that to do it the right way is incredibly important. And it was not easy because there had to be some pushback. But that was not something that they felt was a barrier if it meant that the outcome was done in honor of the families. There was a genuine vision there. It has been an honor to be part of the steering committee. If anyone knows me, I'm pretty blunt about it, and I was not going to sit on a committee surrounded by people that were not the right people. And there's not one person on that list that I can say has not served to provide an incredibly unique perspective, but also the right perspective in moving this memorial in the right direction with a mental health lens focus. I'm honored to sit there as a family perspective, and I think it's so important. There are so many nuances that I can share in not just the immediate grief of losing someone, but the process that follows after that can be so re-traumatizing, that can be stigmatizing, and that can be completely buried. We can bury ourselves in shame. To a point where Chief Demkiw, and I think it was so fitting that Chief Demkiw brought up the fact that Chief Chisholm, the first Toronto chief, the amalgamated Toronto, died by suicide. He, of his own volition, brought that forward because it was the right thing to do, because he's invested in this. And, you know, leadership, we have a sense that this doesn't touch leaders, and it does. And it was an honor that my brother be alongside these other three people in the inaugural. This is how invested the chief is in doing this the right way. Based off of that, I actually have a request for the chief now, if he would do us the honor at our Ontario Memorial to lay the wreath on behalf of police. Well, I've put you on the spot, so you have to say yes too. Stephen Prentice was the MC there, and Stephen has been moved. He was on the file, and he was moved. And his one request was, I want to keep this file. Stephen and I have been on a journey since I lost my brother. And it meant something that he was the person that facilitated, that guided, that emceed the memorial. The first thing he did was he read the room, and it was tense. It was tense. And you know what he said? Let's all just take a breath. It was exactly what we needed. And only someone who genuinely cares and understands would have opened that way. Stephen, thank you for committing to such a heavy task and committing to do it the right way. I want to touch on some of the quotes. John Chisholm's family came out of the woodwork. All of a sudden, 20 people flew in. And they said that we can't even get our family together for a wedding. But they all showed up for this. And that goes to show the layers of grief that permeate. I mean, he died so long ago. So his grandchildren and great-grandchildren are living with this because that's that generational trauma that trickles down. And so you need to hear about the impact on family, because this is not just a formal ceremony that now that's a trend, so you have to do the right thing and tick the box. You need to hear the impact. Like Melissa said, you can finally stand tall. You can finally grieve in a way that we weren't able to when the actual funeral took place. Mental health and suicide touches everyone. And I think we need to start promoting in the career job fair piece. We advertise that there is a physical risk to this job, but we have to advertise that there's a mental health risk as well. And if they're doing the physical test and they have to pass, are we sure that they're mentally healthy as well? And I think we really need to start formalizing that in policy and procedure and start to discuss that there are some unique jobs. I mean, I'm a teacher, and as much as my mental health suffers sometimes, certainly there are some professions where there's a risk and it's twofold. It's physical and mental. And I think we need to really highlight that. So thank you for bringing us out of the shame. I was not ashamed that my brother was a police officer. It brought us great pride. I don't want to feel shame in his death. So thank you for that. June 23rd, I'm really proud to say that we have a provincial memorial. It will be taking place at Queen's Park. Yeah, see, updates, eh? Progress. And it will be opposite the OPMF in a proposed site where we're hoping to erect a physical monument. And it will be a wreath-laying ceremony for now. We have had over 200 people RSVP from everywhere just for seats, let alone the standing police members who will attend and stand alongside us. This is inaugural. It's historical. It provides hope. It provides closure. It provides healing. I'm proud to say that we've started a group called Solace, and this is our network for the families of the bereaved to come together and to share in not feeling isolated, not feeling alone, and connecting to grieve and heal together. My request for the board is that you show support through attendance. I think when you experience something like that, as much as I'd love to articulate it, unless you're there, it's a different sort of impact. And I think I will close on that. I've sent the details forward, but I think, in true TPS fashion, I've always felt the love, I've always felt the support, and I thank you for that.
I always hate following Dilnaz at these things. And quite frankly, it's because of Dilnaz and Crystal Jones that we can openly talk about police suicide. Councillor Carroll, on behalf of President John Reid, the entire Toronto Police Association Board of Directors and our 8,000 members, we offer you and your family our deepest condolences. Chair Morgan, Vice Chair Kostakis, members of the Police Services Board, Chief Demkiw, members of Command, guests and participants, and to our men and women of our service, good morning. My name is Pete Grande. I'm the Director of Member Benefits with the Toronto Police Association. I'm in my combined 30th year of service with the Toronto Police Service and the Toronto Police Association, and getting very close to 40 some odd years in law enforcement in total. I had hair back then, yes. When I was a young rookie, the words suicide and police were rarely spoken in the same sentence. And if they were, the words coward, weak, quitter usually followed. Shame and stigma was attached to the act of suicide. Here we are a mere 30 years later, and we now mention the words police suicide in the same breath as depression, job-related injury, trauma, and because of Dilnaz and Crystal Jones, we explain reasons for suicide as being because of the line of duty. Inspector Prentice, Dilnaz and I have been asked to attend to speak about the honor wall here at headquarters. What we must also do, and I do this publicly, is applaud the efforts of retired Chief Raymer, Chief Demkiw, and countless other people who courageously advanced this plan when it was not necessarily the popular thing to do. The Toronto Police Association, prior to my addition to the board, and to this day, also publicly support this honor wall. This wall allows the families of our members who have died by suicide because of the line of duty to know that we will not forget. We will not forget them, nor the fact that things became so dark that our member felt that there was only one permanent way of dealing with what may have been a temporary problem. As a person who has a number of close friends and several acquaintances on that wall, I say thank you. And now, on Sunday, June the 23rd of this year, we will witness and participate in the inaugural Canada Beyond the Blue Ontario Police Suicide Memorial at Queen's Park, where we can gather and publicly remember our sisters and brothers who have died by suicide on a provincial level. We will show their families that their loved ones will never be forgotten. Although we've come a long way in the past 30 years, we must collectively keep working with our serving law enforcement sisters and brothers to educate them about resiliency and continue to change the culture that we live in so that someone who is not okay knows that that's okay. It's okay to not be okay. That they know that it's okay to admit that they are struggling and feel and know that they are supported by their service and their association. They need to know that they are not just a number, that they are a person and that they are heard. They must know that they can come forward and not be ridiculed, shunned, or cast aside as if they don't matter. They need to know that they are not just a file to their employer or to their association and are not the sum of a number of documents filled out by their doctor to justify why they may need time away from the game so that they can heal and return stronger and more resilient. Our members must know that they are not just a box to be checked on a Sunday morning checklist. We have to keep working collectively and strive to reach the goal of never having to ever etch another name onto either our memorial suicide wall here at headquarters or the Canada Beyond the Blue Police Provincial Suicide Wall at Queen's Park. I will leave you with this. We must collectively adhere to a phrase coined by York Regional Police Service psychologist, Dr. Kyle Handley, where he says we must put people before process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pete and Dilnaz, for participating in this project with us. It would not have been where it is today without your leadership and your caring and devotion to this work. And I will also say thank you for your kind words about me, but I can tell you I am in the company of many engaged, thoughtful, caring leaders that really do care about the wellness of our members. I see it every day at my level. I see it in my unit management team with Kathy Stevenson and Roger DeRoche. That's very much top of mind for us. And I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize Don Belanger and James Cornish. James is online, who also helped at this project. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chief.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And of course, I'll be honored to be present to lay a wreath on this. Chair, members of the board, our members, both sworn and civilian, are exposed to trauma each and every day while performing a variety of job functions, doing the best they can to keep our community safe. The fact is, exposure to trauma is inevitable in policing. This week, we have 116 recruits starting a new career, and I'm confident to tell you some of them have already been exposed to trauma as we sit here. And as such, resources and wellness supports should be inevitable too. We've come a long way as a service in terms of recognizing trauma and ensuring that our members have access to a suite of resources to support their mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. The Hall of Honor project, and because of the Line of Duty Memorial that you've just heard about, is another important step in the services and the board's commitment to destigmatizing self-care surrounding mental health. The suffering caused by these injuries is something we need to address as a policing community and as society. It's important for us to be able to speak in our workplaces and feel safe in acknowledging the realities our members face when they go to work every single day. And we need to focus on our own self-care and support one another. No one should feel alone. I would like to thank Inspector Apprentice, of course, Pete Dilnes. Your unwavering commitment is, frankly, for me as the chief, inspiring and drives me personally to do everything I can, recognizing the importance of this work. Of course, you heard about others, Mr. Cornish and many others, but I do want to put a fine point on Superintendent Tyrone Hilton. And it was while we flew back from Edmonton on a TPA chartered flight that we had discussions around how to do the right thing. And Superintendent Hilton brought a level of inspiration and clarity that really assisted us as an organization. And of course, there have been many others who've been involved in this work that recognizes members who have died as a result of having suffered psychological trauma due to service to their community. But through this work, important conversations have taken place surrounding member support and self-care. Chair, I and the command team will always look for ways to support the health and well-being of our members, and I know this is a priority for this board as well. We are committed to doing all we can to ensure that there is not one more death. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Inspector Prentice and Pete and Dilnaz and all the others that were listed in the acknowledgement for this such important contribution and this such important service. But just to kind of, what Dilnaz you talked about, to bring kind of the impact of what you're doing is, last Thursday, Doobie and I were on our way to a meeting down on Bay Street, and we actually went through the back entrance, and we stopped, and we kind of went and sort of paid tribute at the memorial. And I've met you before. I know your story. I've met you at different events. But that's the first time I'd really, other than in the presentation, seen your brother. So that really allowed us to pay our respects. But more than that, it actually kind of, the tribute allows your brother to kind of live on. But not only does he live on in this place that reflected his love and devotion and passion for his job. And that's when your brother really came alive for me. So thank you so much, because it's such important work, and it does have an impact. And these folks will never forget. And hopefully we also, as the chief said, prevent and support those who are going through these kinds of traumatic experiences and prevent them. So thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions?
Well, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to comment, if I could.
Yes, please.
It has been a long journey. We were just talking about this the other day, and it resonates here. When I first heard a deputation from Dilnaz and then met in my office, Darius was not long gone. It was recent and very painful. And it was very clear it was an uphill climb. There was a real resistance. But some people, Dilnaz strikes me as one of those special people. Some people tackle problems like a pit bull. Just come at it, make enemies, and maybe succeed, maybe don't. And then there are others, lots through my life, but this is one of those special people who tackle a problem like a sheepdog. And if you know anything about how you herd sheep, it's circling and circling, nipping at those ankles until everyone is finally together and moving together and making a thing happen. And Dilnaz is a very special sheepdog because that's what it took. And I can't believe I got back here just in time. But, you know, we had some tears then in my office, and I will be happy to be there on the 23rd because to bring it to the provincial level, that's big. That's Chief Demkiw knows how huge that is. And so I'm really proud and so happy for you. And my staff are sitting in this room, so whatever's on my schedule that day, it's off now. June 23rd is a big day. And weirdly, it is my grandfather's birthday. I will not forget that that's the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions? Yes, Lisa, Vice Chair.
There we go. Yeah, it's more of a comment too, and being part of that ceremony was an honor, and I just think we should highlight that people's attending ceremonies like this. It's one thing to listen to and empathize, and there is sympathy and empathy, totally different. But the impact that it has when you're at those ceremonies is totally different than just listening about it. So I guess my encouragement is for everyone who can to attend, civilian or otherwise. It's important, it's special, and as a social worker for the last 36 years, I think it's also important when you talk about the training and just when people are recruiting for jobs like these that are of public service, that they understand what strain it takes on your personal life as well as your professional life. And I think those are really important to always flag and keep in mind. So thank you for everything that everyone's done and the leadership for everyone. That's very close to my heart too, this type of work, but also what we do to support people that put their lives at risk for the rest of us as well. So thank you for everything that you're doing, to both of you, and of course to Prentice.
Thank you. Anybody else? No. Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate that you took the time, and it was such an important topic, and thank you so much for continuing to champion something that is so important to the service and to the community. Thank you. Before I ask for approval of this particular item number 2, we did have a written deputation by Nicole Corrado. Again, a thoughtful deputation. So given that, may I have a motion to approve the item number 2, which was Dilnaz's and Stefan and Mr. Grande's presentation. Motion, Vice Chair Kostakis second, and Nadine Spencer made the motion. Thank you, all in favor. Seeing nobody opposed. Moving on to item number 3, and I believe we're going to have a presentation. Is that correct? Thank you. Do we need a minute to set up? Okay. Okay.
Chair, we have members of our hate crime unit and intelligence services here, Superintendent Catherine Stevenson and Detective Sergeant Karen Bisla.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Superintendent Kathy Stevenson. I'm the Unit Commander of Intelligence. Can you hear me now? Better. Good morning. I am Superintendent Kathy Stevenson, and I am the Unit Commander of Intelligence. I oversee our security section. That includes 5 subsections, and that is our protective services, criminal extremism, counterterrorism, international assistance, and our hate crime unit. Toronto is the most populous city in Canada and one of the most multicultural cities in the world. Many diverse cultures and communities have helped create Toronto's identity, and it is truly a vibrant and global city. To help support and protect this mosaic of cultures, the Toronto Police Service created a dedicated hate crime unit in 1993. This is to serve and protect communities that are subjected to hate-motivated incidents and crimes. The Hate Crime Unit is embedded in the Security Section of Intelligence Service. This is by design, as hate crimes can be precursors to violent extremism and terrorism. This enables mutually supportive actions in circumstances where these investigations overlap. We continue to maintain existing partnerships with the RCMP, Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, and the Provincial Anti-Terrorism Team, often known as PATS. We are currently active members in the Hate Crime Extremism Investigative Team, a provincial hate crime team consisting of investigators and specialists from 18 agencies across the province. This group collaborates to share intelligence, education, analytical support, and to promote discussion on provincial, national, and international trends as they relate to hate crime and hate activity. We know that international conflicts often have a direct impact on our communities within Toronto's diverse population, resulting in concerns, fears, and sometimes acts of discrimination and violence. Additionally, international conflicts can inspire individuals who harbor prejudiced views to feel emboldened or justified to outwardly express their biases. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East has affected Toronto's residents unlike any other. In the weeks that followed the October 7th attack, Toronto experienced a significant increase in hate crime reporting. In the month of October, hate crime calls for service increased from 68 to 208, a 206% increase from the previous month. In 2023, there was a 32% increase in the number of reported hate crimes in the months of October, November, and December compared to the same time period in 2022. Overall, the service experienced a 47% increase in reported hate crimes in 2023 compared to the previous year. This increase of hate crimes speaks to the traumatic effect the conflict was having on the communities and thus accelerated the unprecedented response by the service to address this crisis. The service expanded the size of the hate crime unit from 6 dedicated members to a team of 32. The hate crime unit also changed its mandate and adopted a centralized model, taking carriage of all hate crime investigations, including suspected hate crimes and hate incidents. This model strengthened our investigative capacity and broadened our community outreach. The hate crime unit attended schools, businesses, various places of worship to connect with community members, to provide community reassurance, provide education in an effort to increase reporting. In the presentation today, you will hear about new initiatives undertaken by the hate crime unit. Most notably, the launch of the hate-motivated graffiti intake form. The form is a new online tool that provides the community an alternative and accessible method to report hate-motivated graffiti. As of today's date, we have over 300 submissions. In addition to the new initiatives, we also pleased to announce the service will be releasing an external dashboard next month to promote transparency in hate crime data and trends with the public. This dashboard will include links to resources for affected victims and community members. I am now pleased to introduce to you Acting Detective Sergeant Kieran Bisla. Acting Detective Sergeant Bisla is a recognized expert in hate crime investigations, and she sits on the RCMP Canadian Race Relations Foundation Hate Crime Working Group as co-chair.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? It's a pleasure to speak before you today. Thank you for the introduction, Superintendent. As mentioned, the Toronto Police Service has had a dedicated hate crime unit since 1993. We've been collecting statistical data about hate crimes since 1998. This report is very important. It provides statistical information about the trends, the types of crimes that are being committed in Toronto, as well as the education and community outreach initiatives conducted by our unit and the service in an effort to combat and address hate crimes. Hate crime investigations are complex because determining motivation of hate, bias, or prejudice is difficult, and context is key. An essential part of the hate crime unit's mandate is to provide internal training to its members, foster relationships with communities, and work collaboratively within the organization as well as outside. The hate crime unit will consult with the Ministry of the Attorney General in relation to all hate-motivated occurrences when required and as necessary. As the superintendent mentioned, the expansion of the hate crime unit and its mandate allowed us to look at occurrences through a specialized lens and be able to look at linkages in relation to occurrences and suspects. In 2023, the service experienced an increase in hate crime reporting in comparison to the year prior. So to begin with, I'd like to just define what a hate crime is. Hate crime is a criminal offense, any criminal offense in the criminal code that is committed against a person or property which is motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate based on the victim's race, national or ethnic origin, language, color, religion, sex, gender, age, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, or gender orientation or expression, or on any other similar factor. Hate crimes are message crimes. They don't only victimize the individual, but the larger community. With the exception of 2022, the number of reported hate crimes has been steadily increasing since 2018. There are multiple factors that can affect the fluctuation in reported hate crimes and the different groups that are victimized. As you will note in the graph above, the service experienced a 51% increase in hate crime reporting during the pandemic during the year 2020 and 2021. There was also a notable increase in 2017, following the Quebec mosque shooting. And 2023 was a very notable experience, significant increase in hate crime reporting following October 7th. In 2023, there was a significant increase for calls for service as well. Calls for service refers to events created as a result of a 911 call or non-emergency call and includes events generated through the hate-motivated graffiti intake form. Officers will respond to all hate-related calls and are guided by a procedure. The procedure requires members to attend the call and notify a supervisory officer, as well as the hate crime unit and their respective detective sergeant in the CIB. The hate crime unit delivers regular training to service members in recognizing and understanding hate crimes. In 23 and 2024, this training was provided to dispatchers, new recruits, auxiliary officers, parking enforcement officers, and investigators to ensure that these crimes were identified and investigated and do not go unreported. When investigating hate crimes, our officers are trained to consider a number of factors and specific questions to ensure the accurate classification of these occurrences. Hate crime victimization trends in 2023 are consistent with previous year reporting. Religion, race, and sexual orientation are the most frequently targeted bias categories. This data is consistent with national hate crime reporting trends by Statistics Canada. In 2023, anti-Jewish, anti-2S LGBTQ+, anti-Black, anti-Muslim, anti-East and Southeast Asian and South Asian hate crimes were the highest reported. These occurrences were largely mischief-related or unprovoked assaults in which the victims were pushed, punched, or spat on. Commonly reported hate crime offense locations. As we can see from the graph here, the number of occurrences increased in 2023 as well as the offense location types. Schools continue to remain a most commonly reported offense location, and a large number of the occurrences that transpire at schools are mischiefs. In 2023, approximately 80% of the occurrences reported were mischief-related. A large number of these occurrences happen in washrooms or on the exterior of the school building. Public transit, assaults occurring at public transit represent 50% of the occurrences as well. I'm sorry, I think I just might have skipped a slide. There was an increase in the number of individuals arrested in 2023 compared to the previous year. 4 of the accused were charged in relation to more than one case. Again, one of the benefits of having a coordinated hate crime unit allowed us to look at linkages and identify individuals who were committing acts in relation to more than one incident. 5 of the 59 accused charged were males under the age of 18 years. Males between the ages of 26 to 40 years represented almost 50% of those charged. The most commonly laid charges were assault-related, uttering threats, mischief under. Arrests and charges in relation to hate crime occurrences. So as mentioned, our unit expanded, the mandate expanded. We investigated all hate crime occurrences, suspected hate crime occurrences, hate incidents, and those occurrences that were deemed not to have the evidence that's required in order to classify an occurrence as a hate crime was classified as a criminal offense. And then there were also protest-related occurrences. You know, recognizing that during demonstrations and protests, there are criminal offenses that do occur, and some of them can be hate-motivated. The graffiti-related occurrences, so it's important to note that 50% of the occurrences reported to Toronto Police, as well in terms of national hate crime reporting trends, are mischief-related occurrences. These occurrences transpire in the absence of victims' witnesses, sometimes late in the evening, when there's not, in the absence of video footage. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to identify the perpetrators. The month of November was the highest month for graffiti reporting. When we're talking about graffiti, we're talking about vandalism to property, which includes racial slurs, derogatory language, and hate symbols. Based on those factors, we determine whether or not that language or the symbolism meets the criteria of classifying it as a hate crime versus an act of vandalism. The launch of the Report Hate-Motivated Graffiti campaign helped to raise awareness of the form and encourage reporting. The reporting is important because it ensures that these incidents are investigated and removed quickly to reduce the spread of harmful messaging. So the next few slides, I won't go through each one of the occurrences, but these are examples of investigations that were conducted by our unit in 2023 and 2024. These are complex investigations in which we work within the service with our cybercrime unit, our tech crimes unit, our international assistance unit, as well as our partner agencies, including members of the hate crime and extremism investigative team. We know that individuals often cross borders. They don't necessarily stay in one place, so sharing that intelligence information and working collaboratively helps us identify those committing these acts. And we're able to investigate because these incidents are being reported to us. So we rely on the community, we rely on victims and witnesses to provide us the evidence to ensure that these are thoroughly investigated and that we are able to collect the evidence that's required to accurately classify these events as hate-motivated criminal offenses. Included here is just a few of the many examples of the hate crime outreach education initiatives that we were engaged in. I sit on the reporting and recording of hate crime subcommittee with the Canadian Race Relations and the RCMP, Canadian Hate Crime Task Force. That's important because it's important to note that how police services investigate hate crimes will differ from service to service. Not all police services have a dedicated hate crime unit. One of the goals of our subcommittee is to look at best practices and develop standards, including definitions, to ensure that how we are investigating hate crimes here is consistent with other police agencies. So the Toronto Police Service, following October 7th, there were command posts that were set up around the city's Jewish, Muslim, 2S, LGBTQ+ neighborhoods, schools, businesses, and religious institutions. The service heightened its visibility and presence in these communities across the city to enhance community safety and provide residents with a greater sense of security. What I will tell you is outside of these community groups, there's a significant impact on all communities. And this is because there's that sense of, you know, I could be targeted simply based on how I am dressed, what I am wearing. And that makes us all vulnerable to these types of crimes. There's an initiative that we began back in 2020. It was with Humber College students. We challenged them to create a pamphlet, recognizing that me or my team creating a pamphlet wouldn't necessarily attract the attention of youth. So empowering these students to create materials that will, you know, help others report and recognize what are hate crimes and how they can report is important. In 2021, these students created a pamphlet. It was called Hate the Hate, Report the Crime. This pamphlet has been translated into 22 languages since. Many of them are currently available on our hate crime webpage. Last year, we once again partnered with Humber College and their Business of Advertising students to challenge them with a poster campaign. And the idea around this is we weren't sure if communities were going to our webpage to get the information that we were hoping for them to receive in order to raise hate crime awareness. And so they created this poster, and I can't imagine anything that really hits the mark more than this. Hate is a human issue. Hate leaves a mark. It's been leaving a mark since the beginning of time. Hate is old, and it's important for communities to know that this is not being tolerated. It is not being tolerated. Hate crimes, the investigation of hate crimes is a service priority. And we are committed to this. We are committed to providing information, whether it's in written form through the pamphlet, through our video series that are available on our hate crime webpage, or whether it's through creating alternate means of reporting, such as the hate-motivated graffiti campaign, as well as the Intel intake form. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of our presenters before we go on to deputations? First, Vice Chair Kostakis and then Deputy Mayor Morley, please.
Just a quick question. When you talked about consistencies with other services and that, is there anything that's come up in that you, that was sort of, maybe not an aha moment, but something that is willing to build on further regarding hate crimes at all?
I think the classification of hate crimes, like I said, it can be a challenge. The hate crime investigation course is not a mandated course. So many police services, hate crime sits within other units, right? So it makes it difficult. And a lot of these officers and investigators wear multiple hats. They don't have the resources that we are very fortunate for in Toronto. They don't have the training, they don't have the education. The Ontario Police College does host a course twice a year for Ontario police officers. That is a very sought out course. It's only offered twice, and it's not enough, in my opinion. And I think just having that training, having that awareness will help with the consistency, with the classification, and making sure that the crimes don't go unreported. This is a large reason why we deliver training to our dispatchers and our frontline officers, because if they don't capture that information right at the onset, everything else kind of falls apart.
Deputy Mayor Morley had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you so much for this work and presentation this morning. I just wondered if you could comment a little bit about the relationship with the City of Toronto and the bylaw officers, specifically around the graffiti and addressing that and how that relationship works.
Okay, so as I mentioned, graffiti, it's 52% roughly of the occurrences that are received. If the vandalism or the graffiti is on City of Toronto property, officers are aware to call 311 to have it removed immediately. If that graffiti appears on the residence of somebody or private property, we do encourage victims and complainants to cover up that graffiti to make sure that it's not being exposed to members of the public.
Thank you for that. Just a quick comment, if I may. See the chair stepped aside. I know this is a big priority for the City of Toronto and Transportation Services as well, in terms of ensuring that the relationship is an open one and that we're responding in a really priority way. I also really appreciate, again, the work and sort of collaboration that's taking place within the division that's been expanded and well-resourced. I know we hear often from community members who are really feeling victimized and, challenged through these difficult times, and I'm privileged to be at the table and to know the deep and important work happening, and appreciate the additional tools and educational materials to empower and further mobilize people to report in and to make sure that we're all part of the solution here. So thank you so much for the work, and we'll help amplify it where we can.
Any more questions? Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm just wondering, what kind of relationship do we have with the school boards, with almost 20% of these incidents happening in the schools? And certainly our outreach is limited, and definitely some kind of curriculum piece seems like it would be much needed. If I hate to think about students being assaulted in the bathroom, what a frightening and potentially life-altering experience that would be.
Right. So we welcome the opportunity to participate in any sort of hate crime outreach with schools and all organization and community groups. I can tell you our unit has delivered presentations to grade 6, 7, 8, 9 students just this past couple of months. And I think it's important when we do see incidents that happen at schools, one of the questions we will ask is, was there a significant month? Was this a significant date? What was the material perhaps being taught? Because, keeping in mind that these are young minds and that sometimes people will grab on to certain information, not understanding really what the impact of certain messaging may have to their peers and to the community. So we are actively engaged. We are having those conversations, and we will continue to deliver those sort of presentations to our schools.
In terms of the incidents that happen in schools, is a large percentage of those who are being charged students who attend those schools?
In terms of charges, so it's important to remember if the students are under the age of 12, we cannot charge. But that being said, there's a number of resources that we do have. We work with our community partnerships engagement unit as well, and there is a focus table. If the incidents don't meet that that threshold of criminality, if there are indicators and if they're willing to work with the police and those community organizations, we will refer them to the focus table. And that, in my opinion, has been very beneficial.
And just one last question, thank you. What is non-criminal hate? Because I think a lot of people, we wish there was no hatred in this world and would love to see more enforcement, but that, the reason why you have to have a whole brochure is it's quite complicated. And is there any way to simply communicate what is non-criminal hate? When do we feel like there isn't a jurisdiction, even though clearly something hateful has been uttered or happened?
So I'll try to keep it simple. It's really when there's no criminal offense. So it's an action or behavior, such as an argument that may occur in a parking lot at a grocery store because someone has parked into somebody else's parking spot, or a neighbor dispute. So there's no criminality, but there's an exchange of words and racial slurs. that in itself, on its own, would not constitute that criminal threshold if there wasn't anything in addition to that. So that would be an example of a hate incident.
And do we receive calls often with people who encounter this type of, it sounds like a verbal uttering of just hate, may not meet the criminal threshold, but are we getting calls to enforce because people are encountering this?
Yes, of course. I think it's important to note that, as you mentioned, hate is not clear. And, oftentimes people will call the police because they're not sure, is this a criminal offense? And there are benefits for those community groups or individuals to contact the police because in an example of a parking lot dispute, the police are able to help de-escalate the situation or provide resources because hate incidents have that same impact on communities and individuals as hate crimes. They can lead to that feeling of isolation or stress or psychological stress, right? So it's really important for us to know what's happening in our communities to make sure that communities are better informed and that we can provide those services and supports.
So to be clear, you're not discouraging people from reporting when they do encounter hate, because there are still some things that police can do even if it doesn't meet the criminal threshold.
I think what's important is we did the hate crime awareness campaign, or we did the Crime Stoppers hate awareness campaign, and in that we actually encouraged the community to report everything and let it come to the experts and let it go to Kieran Bisla to have a look at it and then classify it appropriately. And that was really the basis of that campaign, was not only to give them an alternative method, because not everybody wants to court or necessarily be a witness, but it's important for us to have an idea or at least a visibility on all hate, meaning incidents and crime, so that we know the true picture of what's going on in the city.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Were there any other questions? If not, I want to thank you so much, Staff Superintendent Stevenson and Detective Sergeant Bislaw, for really a very informative presentation. And thank you so much as well for the written materials, because I think they're very helpful for us to be able to identify trends and look at what's going on in the community. We do have, with respect to item number 3, some deputations. I believe the first person who's here in person is Daniel Tate. Mr. Tate.
Thank you for having me. So that was a very sobering presentation, and one thing that maybe we glossed over, which I think we should really hone in on, is the fact that Jewish people are disproportionately being affected by hate crimes all over the city. Vis-a-vis our population in relation to the city, we are disproportionately affected, and it is creating an unbelievable amount of fear, apprehension, everywhere. I've lived in this city my whole life, and I've never seen anti-Semitism to this degree, ever. I've been the brunt of it. Family and friends have been the brunt of it. I've gone to other places, protests, etc., where I've observed the language and the verbiage being used by many protesters, and it's sickening. And the problem is, it's been going on now for over 8 months. And it seems like there's a climate of impunity with people thinking it's open season on Jews, and by extension, Israelis, who are all Jews. And so we can't really separate anti-Jewish hate crimes or hate speech from anti-Israel hate crimes and hate speech, because Jews and Israel are symbiotically connected. That's a fact. So I'm very concerned about this. The graph we just saw showed that even in 2023, record levels of anti-Semitic hate. 2024, it's going to be a lot worse. We're 8 months in now of these very hostile, very aggressive protests that have been choking our city now week in, week out. There have been some city councilors Brad Bradford is an example, who did his best to try to put forth a motion last week at council to create more safety, not just for Jews, but for everybody who might be afflicted by hate crimes. It was the safe bubble zones, safe zones in front of schools, places of worship, even people's private homes. And I was really disappointed that it failed in city council, because in this environment of elevated hate crimes, you would think these kinds of motions should pass. But 3 people who sit on the police services board voted against it. And so to me, that undermines the the mandate of the police services, and it further makes Jewish people and Israelis feel very unsafe in this city, which is why some people are taking it amongst themselves to defend themselves when they have to, because they don't know if they can really rely on the city and the police services for the protection they need. So that's really the point I wanted to make, and hopefully this will be up for further discussion, because if you're Jewish in this city, it's really bad times, and I don't want this to turn into 1938 Berlin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. I really appreciate your heartfelt comments. Councillor Chang, appears you had a question. Is it for Mr. Tate, Councillor Chang? Yeah.
So just wanted to clarify that I think it was Councillor Pasternak that was trying to move something, and in fact, I don't think that if you want to go and check your record, because definitely, I know for myself, at least, I was fully supportive of Councillor Pasternak's.
I read the voting record, and I know Morley and Carol for sure voted against it. I thought you were on the list, but if I'm wrong in that, my apologies.
I just want to clarify that I fully support Councillor Pasternak, and just wanted to.
But Brad was very disappointed it didn't pass, especially in this climate. Like, that was tough.
Any other comments? Mr. Tate, as well, for your advocacy, perhaps also lobbying the provincial government. As you know, in the past, there have been safe zones created for example, during the Morgan-Tyler days, and people being harassed going into those clinics. And as well during COVID, where there was safe zones because people were being harassed. So it's just a comment. But I really appreciate all your heartfelt sentiments, and the board and the TPS are committed to protecting the Jewish community.
Thank you.
I believe that next, any other questions or comments?
No, I'll speak to the item later. I was just, the reason we're sidebar chatting is I need to be directed to the speakers list, because I don't know if there is another speaker. It's somewhere in diligent, but I don't have it? It says deputations, but it says this tab has no content.
I'll let Ms. Akeem, because she prepares the agenda.
Is it here paperless somewhere?
I believe it was emailed, but perhaps that can assist Councillor Carroll. Thank you, Mr. Tate. I think that was the questions the board had for you. The next gentleman is Giuseppe Scolari, please. Mr. Scolari.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. First of all, I want to commend everybody here on the initiatives regarding suicide, and I'm actually speaking on a panel, Canadian Music Week, next week with some musicians and some NHL players on mental health. There's been a launch of a suicide crisis line, 866 crisis line, North America wide, and we're doing everything we can to promote it, because obviously it affects everybody, but particularly people that serve, it seems to affect. So I just wanted to commend all of you for what I witnessed earlier. You know, hate crimes. I'm not Jewish. I'm Italian. I'm seeing an increase in the anxiety levels and depression levels of my Jewish friends, like I've never seen before. You know, what we saw last week with an MP with the spray painting of their office. I think that the people that commit hate crimes, I think, are more emboldened than they've ever been. I think part of that has to do with the fact that they don't feel like, as the gentleman prior to me said, that there's an impunity. There seems to be a sense of just a lack of accountability. Like they think that they can't be prosecuted. And I've never seen this before. I think that we live in a world now because of social media and cameras and everyone thinking that they can just film everything, that, you know, the people that enforce the law are handcuffed to a very large degree. You know, as we witnessed on some of the protests where police officers were having, you know, horse feces thrown at them and spears pointed at them, and that was called brutality. I think that there's a distinct correlation between violent protesters in this city and people committing hate crimes. I would suggest to you that the people that are at protests that are violent should be monitored, because I believe that there is a correlation. I think that people, criminals are criminals. Hate criminals are another kind of criminal. You commit crime for numerous reasons, whether you're starving and you shoplift, whether you can't pay your rent and you steal something to sell it. But going around and intimidating people because of your political beliefs and your bigotry and your hatred, and whether you hate black people or Jewish people or Chinese people or Italian, I mean, it's gone on throughout history. But what really concerns me now is that a unified front is what needs to be presented by the Police Services Board. And I think there should never be any messaging that can be misconstrued by protesters, violent protesters, because everybody has the right to protest peacefully. And that should be protected by the police first and foremost, and I think they do a good job of that. But when they are being attacked, when other people's lives are being put in danger, I've been to some of these protests. I've gone as an observer, and I couldn't believe what I was watching. I couldn't believe people weren't being arrested. It was comical. The amount of patience that I saw from the Toronto Police Force was astounding. I wanted to actually go up to some of the cops and said, "What are you doing?" But they're professionals, and I think they don't want to see situations escalate. And I think that when we don't police at a level that shows people that there are consequences to their behavior, whether the people that commit hate crimes are there or they just see it, I think that creates an environment of, oh, maybe if I go spray paint the front of that synagogue or fire some bullets at a kid's school, what's going to happen to me? And that's really dangerous. I think it's something that everyone here needs to be extremely conscious of. You cannot send any messages to the City of Toronto that this will be tolerated in any way, shape, or form. If you're a violent protester, you need to be arrested. If you commit a hate crime, you need to be arrested. Period. End of story. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scolari. Are there any questions or comments? Thank you very much for attending, and I appreciate all your thoughts and your support as well for the Toronto Police Service. Thank you. The next deputant is Miguel Avila. Miguel?
Good morning.
Morning, Miguel.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the board again. I want to congratulate to the new Indigenous liaison that you guys hired and you announced it today. I mentioned this at the last meeting, that the voices of Indigenous people is missing at this table. Hopefully, perhaps you can make a motion and invite that individual to sit at this table, because whatever decision you guys make affects the lives of Black people, Indigenous people, and BIPOC. Okay, on the matter. I am a regular protester. I'm a regular activist since the year 2010. I've been in every protest in the city of Toronto. And I appreciate very much many officers for allowing me and many of us to exercise our freedom of expression and speech. However, at this board last month, my brother Derek Moran was not allowed to continue speaking up on an important matter, and for that reason, he was detained and arrested. I do hope moving forward, these issues don't happen again, because it is important to share in a polite manner. As I was speaking to a deputy outside, we can agree to disagree and be good friends or respect one another. And that's an activity I do in Regent Park. I speak to the neighborhood community officers. We joke, we talk, and we share information, we talk. But you know what? At the end of the day, we are good people. We want to be good neighbors because we want to ensure that the next generations are free from hate. So this is a very tense moment that we're living on in Toronto. Never seen it before. But I want to ask you, please, to, if you are ever asked by the U of T to go to King's Circle and evict those residents, please use the new advice given by the City of Toronto, at the last meeting of the Economic and Development, we talk about the strategies to deal with incumbents, how we will use the human rights approach, how we will use the Ombudsman report. So I know there are students, and these are the future of our country, of this city. They are leaving us a good example. I believe there are Jewish students also in the group. There are Jewish academic people, and many of them that are helping to find a balance with the Palestinians, with the residents of this city. I just had the opportunity to visit the incumbent. There was no violence for what I see. However, there was one thing that really annoys me was that our Premier Doug Ford went on to a rampage and saying that those who committed the shootings in daycare were immigrants. That's a bad precedent. That's sending scary waves. Because look at me, my friends. I don't look Caucasian. I look, brown. So I can be wild, an immigrant. So I hope Mr. Ford apologizes to the residents and the immigrant community of Toronto and Ontario, because those comments were callous and terrible. And I do hope also that we will come to an end, because it's been 8 months, and I hope our elected leaders make the right decisions, make the right choices, and we can return back to our normal lives. Like, I want to go back to Regent Park and continue working in my community, like ensuring that more RGI units are built in Regent Park. But Project Resolute is costing Toronto taxpayers $50 million right now, or higher. The amount is different every time I hear it. And we talk about Project Resolute every time we go to City Council. Deputies, not myself, but a lot of deputies. We had to find a solution, and it's up to the elected leaders to do it. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Miguel. Any questions or comments? Thank you.
I'm always here 24 hours.
And we know. Thank you, Miguel, again for your, generous and, thoughtful comments. Next deputant is virtual. It's Mr. Langenfeld. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Chair. So here from the presentation, these were some of the slides that just kind of got flipped through quickly and not actually spoken about. I notice here it speaks of the anti-Muslim, anti-Palestine assault and a situation where someone pepper sprayed someone in the face, went out, found a second victim and pepper sprayed them, went to a mosque and vandalized the front door, and then assaulted 3 additional victims by throwing a rock at them, and was apparently charged with administering a noxious substance and assault with a weapon. And then there's the mention of an anti-Semitic situation and investigation, and I would say it's normal that you see the worst case situations presented when somebody is listing a bunch of circumstances. In this case, this is one where it's an email that's threatening in nature, sent from somebody in the United States from Las Vegas, and I note that that person has already been convicted in a U.S. court. I'm sure the people in Canada are probably still waiting for their bail hearing or maybe a date to meeting to schedule a date for something. Looking at the executive summary of the actual statistical report here, mentions that there were reports of occurrences of 136 anti-Semitic hate crimes and the anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab occurrences of 36 last year. And I note that they're referred to as occurrences, and I'm wondering, is an occurrence a proven situation, or is that just a report made? And I'm assuming it's just a report because later on in the here in the results section, it talks about 365 hate crime occurrences reported during last year, and that works out obviously to 1 hate crime reported per day. On average, and I'm wondering if there's actually any comparison to other cities. Are we having 100 times as many as other places, or are we only at 1% of what other cities experience? And so this question comes into play, and I notice here in the further on in the report, page 14 of the statistical report, it talks about 135 occurrences here for Jewish and 36 occurrences for Palestinian. But those numbers don't match with what is charted down below here by the victimization by community groups. So I'm wondering why those numbers don't actually match. But further in the report on Appendix D, the report actually breaks out by case and by charge what the actual court dispositions were. And obviously many of the cases, of course, as I mentioned, it's years later here in Canada that we actually find out what happens in court, that something actually gets dealt with. But what isn't there is an indication of the victim group by disposition. And so I'm wondering, is there a report? And rather than 4 or 5 pages of line by line, by case, by charge, breaking out with no indication of who the victim group was, instead, is there a summary report that indicates what the court disposition was by offense type, by victim group? And by offense type, I mean major classifications. Was it violence? Was it speech? Or was it property damage? I think that's a major issue here because we hear lots of reports of people commenting about they felt something was, racist or offensive said to them, and I certainly don't condone that, but obviously that's very different from whether it's people shooting at schools or whether it's people randomly pepper spraying people in the face. Those are a totally different class of crimes, and I think we expect a totally different response. And of course, we're not going to get that if we're not actually reporting what kind of situations and offense types we're dealing with. So I hope in future, I assume you have the data, that we can see some summary here of the court dispositions by offense type and victim group. How many of these particular groups, in how many cases were the charges substantiated by the courts? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld, and I think Deputy Johnson's going to answer some of your questions you raised, such as, defining occurrences, and you noticed some differentiations as it related to the elaborations of the victim groups and also what happens and how do we find out what the court dispositions are and what the offenses are. So I think Deputy Johnson will speak to those for you, Mr. Langenfeld.
Thank you, Chair.
I appreciate that, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Langenfeld, I'll answer the first part, then I'll have Karen Bliss answer the second part with respect to a victims group. So first of all, with respect to the occurrences, I want to assure everybody here, including the community at large, that when we take an occurrence, if there is evidence, we will lay a charge. So there are arrests that have been happening. And as I mentioned this morning in my opening remarks, we've confirmed that there are 300 suspected hate crimes since October the 7th, resulting in 94 arrests and 243 hate crime occurrences related charges. Most common charges are mischief, assault, and uttering threats. Karen?
Hi, thank you. There were a few questions that were posed, so I'll try and recall some of them. With respect to how we compare to provincial or national reporting, that data is collected by Stats Canada. It probably won't be released for about another year or so. That's typically when they publish that data. But what I can say is the Toronto Police Service is part of the hate crime extremism investigative team. We do meet twice a year. We met just 2 weeks ago. And based on our conversations during that meeting, the trends that are being experienced in other police services is consistent with Toronto in that they are also seeing an increase in hate crime reporting. What that trend looks like, it varies from service to services. Some services have seen a 10% increase in their numbers, while others have seen up to a 94% increase. The exact data I would not be able to provide, as that's provided by Statistics Canada. I think there was another question with respect to the dispositions, if it's possible for us to provide information as to which community groups were targeted in those specific cases. Yes, we do have that information. It is not publicly reported, and that is a conversation that we can bring back to my supervisors if that is something that is necessary. And
Detective Sergeant Bisla, on your commenting, you said in the presentation earlier that there's going to be a rollout of a dashboard, so that would be made available to the public, and will some of your presentation be available online so that people can actually go on and look at the types of occurrences, the data, the targeted groups, which I think were behind some of Mr. Langenfeld's questions.
Okay, yes, and I think I mentioned earlier in the report, earlier in my presentation, that we do have all of our statistical reports publicly available, and they go back to 1998. So this one, too, will be made available.
So I take it they're on TPS website if Mr. Langenfeld wanted to go further and look at some of the statistical data.
Yes, it will be published. It is not as of today, but next week we will publish it on our website.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other?
Understood the detective's comments correctly. They don't intend on reporting that information by court disposition by victim group unless the board asks for it. So I would suggest that the board should ask for that information to be in future reports and on the dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I did, but does Mr. Langenfeld's deputation is now done? I have comments on the meeting, but are we going into committee now?
Yes, I'm just going to acknowledge one more deputation that was written, which is Ms. Corrado. And you're right, Councillor Carroll, at this point in time, going to open the floor if there were any other overall questions or overall comments. And I believe you said earlier that you did want to make a comment.
Yeah, I wanted to sort of just give a quick comment on, because it most relates on the agenda to the report this month, but what the action that council took, because it is misunderstood. and we'll deal with that communication with the community. But I think we need to explain the action because of the way the motion is worded for the police service. Because what council did choose to do was to move an alternative motion to Councillor Bradford's motion and Councillor Pasternak's, because we have already taken an action very similar to that. Ordinarily, you have to move a motion every 12 months, but by changing the wording just slightly and expanding on the list of places we'd like to see a place-based safety approach, the motion was moved less than 12 months later, but it was the same thing. It was an ask the province motion. And instead, what council chose to do is look at, okay, we've already asked them, and keep in mind this was before the school site shooting, but we chose to do what we could do municipally. And so the motion that the council adopted instead is to develop an action plan amongst the authorities we can. But there is some confusion because it says in consultation with the city solicitor, and then at the end of the motion says and share it with the Toronto Police Service and MLS. Well, of course, that action plan is going to be developed in consultation with the police service and incorporating what they can do based on municipal direction. But the reason it says in consultation with the city solicitor is as we sit down to develop an action plan, we want to be very clear on the municipal side. What is trespass to property? What is freedom of speech? Let's break it down and then get people around the table and make sure that we all understand an action plan that we can be part of if we can assist. There is still that police act-driven action that the police service takes without our direction. And so it was, how can we fortify that with an action plan at the city level? What that does is add a different action we can take than the one we've already asked of the province. We just haven't received a response yet. I'm not concerned that we haven't received a response. While we ask them that, it makes more sense for them to have that conversation with law enforcement. What we asked for, they should be discussing with the OPP and local police services all over Ontario. But we chose to take an action that adds to what we asked for in the fall. And so it wasn't a matter of wanting to take no action, but to take a new action. I just wanted to clarify that. I suspect we'll when we get to that and when it's adopted, it'll end up on this table because it will, it would be my intention, I'm sure all the other council board members, that it gets immediately referred to you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Terrell. And on those comments, I was trying to sort of, perhaps not as articulately as you did, to talk to Mr. Tate that and Chief can verify this, but the TPS and the board have had conversations with the province, who's clearly a stakeholder and legislator. So just thank you. Any other comments? Otherwise, take a motion to approve this presentation and deputation. Chair.
I did want to just comment on some of the deputations and recognize the work of our members. And some of them are in this very room today, who are the front line since October 7th on managing very dynamic crowd situations. So, the deputant was very kind to acknowledge the work they're doing, facilitating lawful protest. But rest assured, that is not easy work. It's, in fact, very difficult work. And at times, our members are exposed to incredibly negative behavior, incredibly difficult behavior that requires significant patience and a display of professionalism, the likes of which I am very proud to see our members do each and every day. So I did want to take a moment and acknowledge the incredible work of our frontline members, our community response unit members, particularly downtown core police officers. So thank you very much. And I do think it's important to note that notwithstanding the incredible work that's been going on and some of the difficulties we are facing facilitating lawful protests, there have been arrests made that were necessary to make. And we've made to date 50 arrests with 86 charges. related to protests. So when behavior escalated and we were capable of effecting our purpose safely and the evidence was available, our members again rose to the challenge and have made arrests and laid charges. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you for adding that, Chief, because you talked about the number of charges, but if you compare that to the number of protests, it shows that obviously Toronto Police has done an excellent job in terms of containing and keeping process where there is lawful assembly and freedom of speech, and have kept them peaceful. So thank you for that comment. All right, at this time, you have a motion to approve. Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. All in favor? Any opposed? And then we move on to the next item, which I believe Councillor Carroll did. There was first of all, a written deputation by Nicole Corrado. Thank you. But I believe you had a question. Was it, or did I have that wrong? And it was number 4, which is the next item, the purchase of the body worns.
Yeah, it's just a quick question.
Thank you.
Rather than save all the questions till budget time, I was just looking at this and realizing it does directly end up connecting to the hiring plan that we'll see in the next couple of months. But just so that I know when we get to the documents, when we are talking about taking on new officers, because this is additional plus life cycle refresh, the items that are before us. So when we're looking at the cost of the new officers, I know we have benefits all in, but do we put the equipment all in, or will that appear in a separate line?
So through you, Chair, to be clear, this board report, the funds are already provisioned in the approved 2024 budget.
Right.
So what this approval is it's not new money for this year, because that was already as part of the process, which to your point is we actually have obviously benefits and all that, but then we have equipment and fit up, which is a separate line for new hires. What this report is doing is simply extending the contract that allows us to purchase the incremental equipment, but it was originally already budgeted for and provisioned for in the approved budget.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got that piece that it's in your funds are there, but going forward, what I'll see is the fit up is in a separate line.
Yes. Yes,
okay,
we do
great.
That.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. I said it would be quick. There you go, done. I'll move the item if you like.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions? May I have a motion to approve then item number 4, which is the purchase extension of the contract of the body warrants? Yes, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley. All in favor? Seeing no opposition. We move on to item number 6, which is a report from Chief Demkiw, the contract award to Paladin Technologies to furnish us with the management of the closed-circuit TV services. We do have 2 deputations. First one is Mrs. In Tabrizi, who also included a written submission but is coming to speak. And then the second one, these are both ladies are from MetScan. The second deputant is Antoinette Modica. Did I get that right? Thank you. So is it Ms. Tabrizi or Ms. Modica who will speak first? Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Well, first of all, good morning, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for having us this morning and this opportunity to speak to you. A little bit about us. MetScan Canada Limited is a Toronto-based company for over 20 years that hires immigrants and has extensive public sector security experience, including servicing Toronto Police Services in the past and currently the City of Toronto for over 8 years. We have reviewed this brief report that was available to us publicly, and we feel that the information provided does not include sufficient clarity and transparency on the decision-making process. Our request is to ask for more information so that the public understands how this decision was made. In the best interest of the public, we think we provided a better price. Our bid was for $4.2 million based on RFP price documents for equipment quantity and labor hours. The bid pricing process did not request a time frame of 5 years, so the analysis is confusing and does not represent an apples-to-apples comparison and can be subjective. With the spending request of $8.3 million of public funds, we ask that the board be provided with more information on the actual results and how they arrived at this decision. This will allow the opportunity for the board to review in more detail the three proponents' results and scoring and to make an unprejudiced and informed decision. As such, we request the board to defer this decision so as to have enough time to review in more detail. For transparency, we would recommend answers to the questions below. Of the 34 suppliers that downloaded the RFP documents from Merck's, how many bidders submitted a bid? Who were the three proponents who passed the first two stages and moved on to the pricing evaluation stage? What were the ratings? Who was the previous vendor that was servicing TPS, and for how many years did they provide services? Is there a consideration in the evaluation process for local GTA Canadian-owned company? With such a large budget spent, is it possible to award this contract to the three proponents in a rotation methodology? The document is based on a time frame versus quantities that was submitted for the RFP process. Was Paladin the lowest bidder, and if so, what was the amount? In section 20.4b of this document, it mentions one of the award criteria to be the award is being made on the vendor with the lowest cost bid or the highest scoring submission. When deciding based on highest scoring submission, how does the process take into account subjectivity? As a local Toronto company, our concern is transparency and a fair decision process of public funds. And with that, our request today is to defer and to provide more information on this bid award, including price and scoring methodology, to the board and the public. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, perhaps we'll hear from both of you before there's some responses to some of your questions. Thank you.
Oh, that's
it. That is basically.
That was our message.
That was our message.
I just want to make sure you both had an opportunity. So after your presentation, we'll turn it over to either Deputy Steers or Deputy Dallowell to perhaps comment.
So I think just in terms of what the board report contains, the content we do work on. Over a number of months and years, we do have a standard way of what we report, and certainly if the board wishes for further clarity on certain areas, we can take that away. In terms of the specific deputation, I'm not clear if it's a pre-award dispute that's being contemplated here. There is a process for dispute. So in this scenario, with the agenda being published a week before, it is well known who is being awarded the contract. The RFP clearly states if there is a dispute, you reach out to the procurement official, the name and the email are listed in section 2.4 of the RFP, and then we would commence a dispute if that is what is being needed. The other path that could have been taken is a debrief, and that's certainly still available. If the board approves the award, we could still absolutely debrief on the results of the procurement and the evaluation itself directly with MetScan. But in terms of the decision to award or not, this wouldn't be considered a formal dispute to the award. There is a process. That's not what, and coming to the board isn't that process. So I would leave it at that. In terms of what I can share, in terms of the questions that were raised, what I can say is a lot of the information on scoring and pricing we don't share publicly because there is a reasonable expectation from all vendors that certain things are commercially confidential and not revealing every vendor's playbook. So individual pricing and comparisons are not shared publicly. But what we can share is all three vendors did proceed through all three stages of the process. No one was disqualified at an earlier stage where they would not have had the benefit to necessarily go through everything and have all things considered. The other thing just around pricing, the important thing to know is the RFP clearly stated that 70% of the score is related to the actual rated criteria, which is the operational requirements that are needed for the organization, and 30% is pricing. So yes, it can happen that the lowest price is not necessarily awarded if another organization better meets the rated criteria, which would be the operational requirements. We did, as sometimes it is speculated around how generic or agnostic are the requirements. So we actually reviewed them again by someone completely separate from the from the team that sort of administered this process, and they are generic agnostic requirements. So we didn't see anything procedurally that did not get followed here. This was a clean procurement. The results are the results. In terms of I'm just looking at some of the other, in terms of the pricing form and the confusion or anything thereof in terms of how pricing submitted, what I can say is this procurement had 30, so questions are asked. During the posting period, anyone can ask questions. We received about 30. They're all posted publicly, the question and the answer. So should there have been any clarification needed on the pricing form or the format, certainly that would have been something that could have been submitted and we would have responded. What we can say is, of the 3 that submitted, I mean, that was not something that was raised in terms of a confusion. So I don't know if there's any other comments or questions.
So I had a comment. Just to clarify, it's not a dispute. We just wanted to understand as a company, a business process, and we understand the board and their responsibilities. And we wanted to make sure that they were given full transparency of the process, the amounts, how you score. That's why we're here, not to dispute. We understand there's a process with TPS, but we also understand there's a process with the board. So I just want to make that clear for the record.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If there aren't, having regard, you've made that clear, and thank you, Mr. Breezy and Ms. Modica, that you're not here to dispute, but you've heard from Deputy Dallowell that there is an opportunity to debrief, so perhaps some of your questions and about the process, there can be that opportunity to further clarify as opposed to during this board meeting. So seeing no questions, can I have a motion to approve item number 6? Which is the report from Chief Demkiw as it relates to Paladin Technologies. Vice Chair Kostakis, seconder, Nadine Spencer, all in favor? Seeing no opposition. Thank you, and you can contact Deputy Dallowell, and then an arrangement will be made for a debrief.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. The next item is a report by Chief Demkiw as it relates to the TPS procedure for artificial intelligence technology, and we have a number of deputations. The first is Linda Zhang. I believe Ms. Zhang is virtual. Do we have her? She's not? All right, I'm advised that Ms. Zhang is not online. If she does come online later, we'll give her an opportunity to come back. The next deputant is Mr. Langenfeld. I believe he's also virtual. Mr. Langenfeld?
Can you hear me, Chair?
I can. Please go ahead, Mr. Langenfeld.
Thank you. And just a quick comment on that last item there. I would point out that the question of whether or not the service is doing a good job choosing which tender to go with and whether they're making the right decision when they weigh value for money versus what they're receiving is certainly a public issue. And the fact that you have a private, or that the TPS has a private way of dealing with this doesn't necessarily satisfy the public's interest in seeing the answers to questions like this. And I believe some of the things they raised are normally part of other tender awards. So I don't know why it wouldn't be in this contract. Meanwhile, here on item 7 here, the TPS procedure, just a quick point. Throughout the procedure here, the services procedure, it refers to contacting the board, other officers, command officers, and as necessary the board. And this is repeated throughout. But it doesn't indicate in the procedure what the as necessary is. And I appreciate that that relates somewhat to what's in the board's policy, but I would say typically when you're writing a procedure, you're including in there the relevant portions of the policy. And the policy is all based on, it stipulates that a risk assessment shall be done and assign a risk rating of extreme risk, high risk, moderate risk, or low risk. And it's that risk assessment that determines if the technology will be used. Use of extreme risk technology is not permitted at all, or whether that technology is exempt from board review and approval because low-risk items the technologies do not require approval. And I would expect that some of that would have been laid out in the procedure as well, that the criteria used to sort of make that determination. And I suspect that's probably in an AITC, this committee that reviews these things. They probably have some documentation somewhere that sort of lays that out. But of course, this is a police procedure that's being made public, and the reason we want them made public is so that the public can understand what the decision process is and see what's going on, and we can have some oversight. And so because that information isn't shared in this procedure, I would suggest that maybe a revision is required to include that. Those are the end of my comments on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld, for your comments. I'm just wondering if Deputy Stairs, you could just comment what I think the concern is, whether or not what kind of dialogue occurs between the board and TPS, and some concerns over the ratings and what does happen if, for example, it's determined to be high risk. Like, how does the board give input as to whether or not this should be something that's approved? And so maybe just those comments, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just important to recognize how the policy and the procedure relate to one another. Policy must be followed as set by the board, and we've had that policy in place for, I believe, close to 2 years now. So the procedure is direction to members of the service, and is specific to their roles so that there's clarity when they try and execute their roles in the functions. They know what to do, and they're not given the complete context of the policy. So the policy and procedure work together, and in this case, the risk assessment and risk scaling is in the policy that the board has created and is pre-existing. So we are following that risk policy system with the procedure. What this does is it directs the service members to not undertake use of any AI that is not approved by the board through this approach, and also to run everything through this analysis process by the ATAC. That then will be stratified in terms of its risk assessment and be put to the board as an assessment of risk. And this follows a policy of presenting things that are potentially low risk to get agreement from the board that they are indeed low risk, at which point we might proceed with the technology, or that the board could understand and dispute the categorization. As well, I expect the board to weigh in on the degree and nature of public consultation that would be required around any particular use case of AI. AI use cases are all very different. If you think about something like facial recognition, automatic license plate recognition, to auto redaction or search. Those are all using AI. And so the circumstances of how we treat each one and how we mitigate the risks around each one are very specific to the use case, and we're trying to create a generic framework which can be used for all different types of AI.
Thank you. And I just have a question is, so when we're talking about the various levels of risk, who assesses that? Are they subject matter experts as they relate to the technology, whatever it is to be used? So for example, it might be a drone, but it could be, you know, high levels of facial recognition.
Sure. So the internal members that are engaged in the advisory group include equity and human rights, our privacy team, our technology teams, and the operational members that are responsible for the given area. So they're doing the first pass assessment. Of course, in cases where there's higher risk, we're going to engage members of the public that are related to that, and that is part of work that we're doing around building our consultation framework and revising our consultation framework.
Okay, thank you. And I take it that subject to privilege or investigative technique, a lot of the AI that is used, and some of them you've, you know, like APLR and APHIS and various other types of technology, that is in the public sphere in terms of knowledge that we use these types of.
Yes, it's and we've also posted all of these technologies on our website. So from this point forward, all new AI technology that the service is using will be on the website. There are questions in the deputation around the level of secrecy around some of these technologies that have a covert element. In those cases, we will address that we have such a technology, though we may not spell out specifically what brand or what vendor is providing the capability. We will speak to the capability that we have.
Thank you. Are there any questions as it relates? Councillor Carroll, please.
Thanks. Yes. The deputant's, he's gone now? He's not currently before us? Just making sure. 'Cause we didn't say goodbye to him. We're in committee now is what I'm trying to discern. Good. Okay. I read through the policy, and you're in luck. I just returned from being immersed in this in Austin, and the thing we looked at is on its way here. Sorry?
Sorry, there's still a couple more deputations left. So,
okay. See, I'm having trouble. I'm a little confused because we're going into questions while the deputant is before us, and what I'm familiar with, the procedure that I find works is we hear from a deputant, we thank them for their comments, we move on to the next, and then as a board, we'll decide if they've raised a question and we've decided it's valid, we'll ask it for them. But then we do deputants, then questions, then discussion. And I'm confused when we go into the questions immediately of staff. I get confused. So I apologize for that. I do want to hear from everyone.
Yes, thank you. And we do, because the board may have individual questions for our deputants. So we want to, as you could see, I had some questions that arose out of Mr. Langenfeld, so I asked them then to Deputy Stairs, so that each individual, you know, has an opportunity if they are raising valid points, and we want to clarify. So, but we'll move on to the next, and at the end, if there are any comments, we will get back to you. The next deputant is Bianca Wiley.
Hi there.
Good morning.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to join you. I just have a few thoughts and I think a couple of requests. And I say this as someone who's been looking at the regulation of software and artificial intelligence and governance. Just to try to zoom us out for a minute, I want to say that it's great that the Toronto Police Services have been on this topic for a couple of years already. But one thing to make clear on all the policy and procedure is that, you know, internationally and nationally, there's a lot of still confusion on how to approach regulation. One of the things that I think is very germane to this gathering is that a lot of the basis of artificial intelligence and machine learning is fundamentally built on for lack of a better term here, mass theft of people's data and a lot of use of data that there was never appropriate consent for. And I know that's a big, that's from way up, but I don't think it should be lost on us and to be sort of incoherent with a lot of the other things that are part of thinking about police operations. So that's just like, let's just pin that to the side. Also want to share that, and because that is still that's a feature of what people are trying to understand. If we need to do access to justice or think about regulation, what do you do if the foundation of the model or of the product or the tool is itself up to challenge? And so I just want us all to be aware that we're not standing on stable ground in terms of the basis of the construct of the creation of these technologies. And that's an internationally and nationally recognized problem. So I just want to leave that there because we have to think about what we're using and how to be accountable for it. I'd also like to say it's nice to hear this thinking of how to think more generically, because I think artificial intelligence is going to be a moving target. It's an attractive marketing term right now because there's a lot of money related to it. As soon as it's too hot, and it's getting pretty hot, it's going to be called something else. And so you really have to be careful from a definitional perspective. And I really like the thinking here that you're thinking about software, you're thinking about automation, and thinking about technology a bit more broadly, because I think the work you've done here, you might want to be able to pull it back a bit and into the future for things that might not be called artificial intelligence. So that's helpful. Which brings me sort of to the close specific to the procedure that we see before us today. In terms of supporting access to justice and people's access to their rights, it's really well known that people need to know a tool is being used in order to have any way to say, hey, I think my rights might not have been respected. And so I just want to really double down on the idea that transparency is so critical here, and that anytime, even this mention of something covert, it is so important, because when people are trying to figure out right now in the regulatory and legislative spaces how to regulate, we're really dealing in these contexts where people don't know that a tool is being used on them. There is no path to access to justice. It can't be walked if someone doesn't know a tool is in motion. So this really gets down to the exemptions that are referenced here, which I would assume follow on from the policy. Product is covert in nature. So you're going to speak to the type of product that might not be adequate for someone to be able to understand and study whether there's a rights case to be made in terms of how that product or service was developed. So just to keep that in mind, I'm sure you've thought about it before. The reason I'm saying this to you again now is that speaking to people just in the last month, this is really the way that people are in legislative circles trying to think, how do we make sure people have a path for access to justice? And transparency keeps coming up again and again as imperfect, but absolutely fundamental. And so really would encourage more specificity if it's possible. And the same with that second, this is both referring to clause or section 24 on the 4th page of the report, that public disclosure of the product or details of the product as per MFIPA would stop disclosure. We really have to think about, instead of going to the low bar here and being compliant, I think we have to think about being so proactive on disclosure, because this is really the bleeding edge of how people are trying to think about regulation. So I understand there's been a lot of thought on this already. I applaud it, and I'm grateful for the work being done publicly. But the more documentation and the more proactive disclosure over and above minimum requirement is really going to help everyone out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiley. Really appreciate all your comments, especially as they relate to access to justice and transparency. Thank you. Are there any questions, Ms. Wiley? Seeing none, perhaps. Okay. We still have more deputants. Perhaps we can move on to the next gentleman, who's Thomas Linder. Thank you, Mr. Linder, as well. I understand you provided a written submission, but you're here as well to speak. Thank you. Do we have Mr.?
Thank you. Sorry, I
Good
couldn't
morning,
unmute
Mr.
myself.
Linder. Please go ahead when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just share my slides here. Here we go. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here and talk to you about this procedure. I was a part of a team that responded to the first draft of the procedure a year and a bit ago, and now in the light of the new one, we felt it important to raise some issues that we have with this new draft. So, as Bianca said, and Bianca's point about the high level perspective on all of this is very, very important as well. What the Toronto Police Service Board has done so far is very important and laudable in trying to lead the way in creating public AI policy, particularly around law enforcement in such a high-risk space. However, we do see three critical issues with the current procedure as it stands, particularly around public engagement, which is clearly mandated in the Toronto Police Service Board's AI policy, but falls short in the procedure. Then in inadequate post-deployment assessment of tools, despite also being mandated in the board's policy, and the removed risk categorization, which Colin Stair spoke to before, but we still have concerns about, despite it being established in the TPSB's policy. And given, as Mr. Stair said, that this procedure is intended to guide operationalization of the policy and daily operations, it's really important from both a responsible AI governance perspective and also from a transparency and public engagement perspective to be a lot more clear and detailed on what many of these individual steps in the procedure actually entailed. Because as Bianca said, access to justice is crucial when it comes to these things, and without that kind of detail, there just is no path to access to justice. So on public engagement, as I'm sure you know, the TPSB's AI policy clearly states that meaningful public engagement must be undertaken. For example, the adoption of specific AI technologies must be preceded by meaningful public engagement commensurate with the risks posed by the technology contemplated. And then there are any number of other lines that also indicate this. Yet, in the procedure itself, public engagement component is quite vague and optional. It just says determine if the opinions of subject matter experts, internal or external, would be beneficial and assign resources to engage as needed. That's quite vague and lacking in detail. And then it says determine if community consultation would be beneficial and assign resources to engage as needed. Again, vague and optional. Additionally, ATAC, who would be in charge of making this determination as to whether there should be external consultation or whether there should be community consultation, itself contains no external or independent experts. And this seems to be the crux of the problem here, really, with the public engagement component. It is by now well-established practice that AI ethics oversight units, whether in a city or an organization or a police force, should have external independent experts in order to make sure that these kinds of determinations are done with as many different voices at the table as possible. So we do strongly recommend that an updated version of the procedure include external independent experts in the ATAC and include obligatory public engagement on AI procurement, not just at the higher risks, but at medium level risks as well. Then on post-deployment assessment, the TPSB's AI policy very clearly states that a pre- and post-deployment evidence-based evaluation and reassessment of the AI technologies must be undertaken. And there's numerous other points about what the Chief of Police shall do as well as points regarding organizational accountability and reliability that all underscore the vital importance of post-deployment assessment. This is also commensurate with by now well-established responsible AI governance policy in countries and organizations around the world. However, in the procedure, it merely says, line 18, ensure an evaluation and reassessment of the technology takes place post-deployment. That's just woefully inadequate as anything that's supposed to guide daily operations. we need far greater, more detailed frameworks about timelines, about ways in which the assessment will take place, who will do the assessment, how frequently, for how long. Yes, the TPSB policy has some of this in it, but as an actual operationalization for daily practice in police service, we need greater detail in order for this to be a truly transparent and public-facing, meaningful document. Then on risk categorization, I do understand Mr. Stair's point that the categorization itself is in the policy. However, even if it is in the policy and that the procedure is intended just to direct an officer's attention back to the policy in order to undertake that risk categorization, there are still any number of tools that are referenced in the procedure but are not actually publicly accessible. These include the TPS 209, artificial intelligence assessments, and algorithmic impact assessments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Linder, and thank you for your thoughtful comments. I actually just recently attended a virtual seminar where you spoke on this very topic, as well as Dr. Kanagisser spoke as well. So we're mindful, especially as it relates to perhaps if we had a center of excellence or a federal or provincial advisory body made up of the community and subject matter experts, maybe that will be the way of the future in terms of consultation. So thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Linder? No. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Linder. And then I would just like to acknowledge there were a number of written deputations only, one from Cara, one from Namera, Sapphire Woods, and Jack Gemmell representing the Law Union of Ontario. Before I ask for a
Madam Chair, can I just ask, where are, I'm sorry, I'm not up to date with others on the use of the diligent. Where are the written deputations?
In the package that was sent.
But, so they're not in the board book? Sorry.
They're in the one that is attached, yes. You just scroll down.
Attached to the item, or?
I'll show you.
Yeah, she'll come and show you, Councillor Carroll.
I emailed it as a day before because the deadline is bookmarked, but in diligent you can bookmark it. So if you go under deputation,
yeah,
here it can be bookmarked, so you will see it.
Deputy Mayor Morley had a question. Who did you want to direct it to? Deputy Mayor, was it Deputy Stairs or?
Yes. For our CIO, I just wanted to pick up on the some of the points from the deputant who just came before us around the post-deployment review and analysis. Just from your take, as well as we continue to develop this, novel and sort of new technology and policy, your thoughts around strengthening that piece and some specificity that might be helpful as we proceed with that post-deployment review and assessment.
So again, this policy doesn't sit, this procedure doesn't sit on its own. It sits in parallel to other procedures in the service, which include how we do program evaluation, and this would be a program that would be evaluated through that policy, not through this one. But I do understand that that doesn't, the reassurance to the public that that assessment is being done correctly is a question, and the deputy is right to raise it. So I think what we can do is bring this in the context of specific AI technologies that we are looking at, assessments that we are doing, and bring those as packages before the board under this procedure to demonstrate the transparency both in the consultation process but also in the approach to post-evaluation. Again, we're trying to create a pathway through the policy and the procedure to which we can create the transparency as the individual items and technologies that we're discussing come forward. And this sits in the broader context of the entire set of governance and procedure for the service.
Are there aspects of the program evaluation that you mentioned that would cover this as well, that speak to the areas of concern? So again, timelines of reporting, like metrics of what we're looking for and that type of thing. Can you provide some more color to that?
They would, but I think, as the deputants have said, we are pioneering in the governance of this. And so I think we are going to see a number of areas where we can continue to improve on or better communicate some of those elements and items. Right? I think there's also a tension between our ability, our resourcing, and our ability to run the frequent or iterative post-interaction or post-deployment assessments versus what the public may want and the risks that are being governed. And I think that is, again, an issue for the board to govern.
And just one last one, if I may, Madam Chair, is just this question around the value of having a group of expert panelists in this area who may be able to support from an oversight and governance and or policy perspective, including those that are sort of experts in the field and others. Is there an appetite in that way? And is that maybe a resource that we might be able to support pulling together as we continue to pioneer in this area?
Absolutely. I think there is a need for such a consultation group, but there is parallel work which is happening around looking at our consultation processes overall. What we're trying not to do is create new bodies for every new need. And we have existing bodies that have dimensions of the issues around anti-racism, mental health concerns that will touch on different aspects of different AI technologies. Where we may be lacking is the depth of our technological advisory, but we may be able to add that to other groups, and we have to do that review in consultation with the board, of course, around consultation processes. Until that time, it looks like we're going to be doing these more as one-offs, and we will be doing our consultation in a similar way as we have with the procedure by being very public about the AIs that we are considering and their application and inviting public comment.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Thanks, yeah. So there are lots of questions coming from deputants, and they're very active in this field. But I guess for me, the policy hinges on what is this BRM? How do you become the business relation management unit? Who's on it? Are there uniforms there, or is it a civilian body? How does BRM work? Tell me about that.
Sure. Business relationship management is my account management between myself and my command and the rest of the service. It's headed by an inspector, and there's civilians in the team as well as sworn. Their job is to listen to the needs of the organization and translate that into requirements for the technology team to support, and vice versa, to shape that need and to educate the sworn side on what the technology should and shouldn't be used for, what we can and can't do, and to sort of manage the ideation that's happening around innovation. So the inspector reports directly to me. And so I am hearing what the front line is looking for, as well as managing and educating through him and through his team to message back to the service. Around body-worn cameras, around our redaction capabilities, around the records management solution, which we're working on. All of those things have an element of relationship management. So a lot of the ideas come forward through that vehicle, and my responsibility is to see that they're properly scrutinized before they're implemented, or that we put a halt to ideas or programs that would contravene one issue or another, whether that be privacy, legal obligations, what have you.
Okay, so first of all, what's a BIR? There's no, in the glossary of terms, what's a BIR? It's not that, because that's the one thing that's not in here. And if I'm a lay person and I'm concerned about AI, I may not read the whole police book. I may just, what's their AI policy? So what's a BIR?
It's a business initiative review, like a pre-screening.
Okay, so that's not the idea request.
No, so let's say staff sergeant in one of the divisions found this cool technology that they want to use.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to use it.
Right.
So
they have,
they have
cool
to come to.
That's the idea, but the BIR is your review or their request?
That is the business relationship management's review of their request. It first looks at the question of how useful is this to the service? Is this a good thing? Is this not a good thing? Does it meet our standards and objectives? It's looking at what the business problem is. And oftentimes we find that we can actually solve the business problem without having to buy the new piece of cool software, or the cool piece of new software doesn't do what it actually purports to do. All of these challenges. So it's the first gate. In that gate, we may identify that this thing is actually an AI. And the field may not be successful in identifying something as having an AI component, machine learning, what have you. So it's in that we detect that, and then we would start to divert things into the AI assessment pathway.
But it is it's the BRM that's going to, they're going to do the review, and then and only then it goes to this artificial intelligence technology committee.
Yeah, so the business relationship management team's role is to identify that the artificial intelligence review needs to happen.
So we're spending a lot of time here. How early does the Office of the Chief know about this thing? Because he's got the strat plan that we create in hand.
Mm-hmm.
How early does he know about this idea?
It wouldn't pass the chief's awareness until it had come to me and I had like, yes, this is a good idea, up through the BIR team. So the BIR will identify opportunities, issues, solutions, and as those come up through my office, I will make the chief aware as I make command aware of an opportunity, and then we would fold those potentially into our strategic planning, or we would, they might be purely operational and we just, they're not strategic, or they're not at the level of the chief.
So, but you're not going to do a super amount of work without letting him know there's this new idea.
No,
You're
we're not going to
spend
be
a lot of time
implementing
on it.
or writing business plans or what have you without having at least a high level awareness of what the technology does. Again, depending on the scale of the technology.
Okay, it sounds like Chief Demkiw wants to.
Well, I think, the context of which we operate, we have cops go and leaders go to conferences, and we are hosting people, and there's always new ideas and technology, applications. There's always shiny ones that everybody thinks going to solve everything that ails us. So there's a fair amount of stuff that will come in as hey, we need to take a look at this, and this provides us, for a lay term, a bit of a filter, and it certainly gives us some safeguards that we don't start running off down a path that's unnecessary or not within the context of the governance.
Okay, then, sorry, I'm asking for a lot of indulgence here, but I have one other question that's kind of the big question then. So our deputies seem most concerned with the consult as needed. Mm-hmm. So in terms of that, who decides, who's on this AITC and who's ultimately deciding when it's time to talk to the community before you implement something?
So the AITC, as I described, has our privacy people, information management and information security, the equity and human rights team. So they're looking at it from an equity and human rights lens, as well as the technologists in the IT team. These are mostly, not all, report up to me. And so I would be making the determination to say, what is the risk profile around this AI? And then I would be bringing that forward through report to the board to say this is a new technology which we are considering. It's on the AI. It uses AI. It has an AI component. This is how I am assessing it, and would engage with the board on the level and degree of which we would have public consultation around that technology.
Okay, I guess I'll speak to that. I have a bit of a concern with that. Well, maybe I'll put it in the form of a question. Let's play Jeopardy. Do you not believe that still sounds like a lot of review and a lot of work before the board ever has a role to say, that's going to blow up in the community, let's consult? It seems like a lot happens here, And then it goes to the chief, and he can really weigh in our strat plan of things. Do we need to proceed with that right now, or can you work on it and come back to me and see what you find? And then the BRM does a lot of review, you do a lot of review, and finally, it seems like there'd be a report here before we as a board say, oh, that's explosive in the community, we got to consult. And then it looks like we're not paying much attention to the community before we fully bake an idea. It seems like it gets 3/4 baked before we ask the community if this is a road we want to go down.
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I think we would be maybe an eighth baked before we come to the board.
As long as it's less than half, I'm comfortable.
It's definitely less than half. If you consider the, so a lot of these technologies can be considered conceptually. Look at automatic license plate recognition as an example. We can convey the idea conceptually, and immediately the challenges with it around privacy and record retention jump out of that issue. Yeah. Right. So, okay. So we can then frame out and have a conversation around, okay, what would the consultation process look like around ALPR? It's often very straightforward to identify the challenges and issues around a technology. The biggest challenge is not running that process once you've identified the technology. The biggest challenge is one sneaking under the radar, as with, say, Clearview AI, where it started to be used by the membership without full awareness of the issues, context, or challenges. Yeah. And so that is what this structure is intended to catch and to elevate. It's basically creating sunshine around the assessment of any of these new technologies, particularly so that they can be visible to community so that we don't violate community trust.
Right, right. Okay, thank you. Sorry, thanks. That was a long round of questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem. And you know, as part of being on the board, we're all learning, and we periodically have on different topics, including complicated topics like AI. Colin starts talking about algorithms, and then me being a senior citizen, I'm really, I'm starting to reel from the lack of understanding, but some of this too will be part of, you know, because it is a complicated, you sort of don't learn all about this, but thank you very much for your comments. At this point in time, because we have a potential motion, so I don't want to close this item, I suggest we break for lunch, I'm just looking at the time. Can we be back at 1:15, please, to resume? And at this point, I don't need a motion to adjourn for lunch, do I? Yep, we're recessing. So 1:15, and we will be coming back to continue the public meeting. Yeah.
Okay, so that Myron guy, I talked to him this morning. I met him for I know him fairly well. He's got a couple.
Are we ready to resume? When we left off earlier, just after noon, we were on item number 7, which relates to the TPS service procedure on artificial intelligence. We heard from the deputations. I believe, Ms. Spencer, you had a question?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I do have a few questions. One, first of all, I want to say I do support, this AI innovative piece in our going forward, because we have to evolve with technology, and AI is the next frontier. So I think that's wonderful. But I do want to ask, in terms of race, how does the Toronto Police Service ensure that the implementation of AI technologies does not interfere with existing racial biases? And what are the measures that are in place to monitor and address any potential racial disparities that may arise? So that's one. And has AI technology been improved to ensure that people of color are not mistakenly identified in investigations disproportionately? There have been several studies in the United States that we've seen that has raised those concerns. And the Canadian Association of Police Governance did an AI seminar about a month ago, and race was a big part of that. Biases and race was a big part of that. So I'd just like to just further understand how we are going to manage that. And then in the report where it states equity analysis, I'd like just a further clarification on, equity in use case specific. I just want to understand what that means a little in simpler, plain language. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's start with that last part because it sort of frames out the rest of your question. So the use case is techie language for what we're doing with AI or what problem we're trying to solve. So as an example, you could have facial recognition, and you're trying to identify individuals from unknown individuals from a list of or a set of images that you do have and you do have known identities associated to. So that's a use case, facial recognition. Another use case would be automatic license plate recognition. So as a vehicle is driving down the road, you get an image of it, and you're trying to identify where the license plate is and read the letters in the license plate so you can check them. That would be another example of a use case. So you can see that use cases are very different from one to the next. And so the thing about AI is it's basically a computer program that's trained on a very large amount of data. And that training teaches it how to solve a particular problem. So if you've got an automatic license plate recognition system, you train it with lots and lots and lots of pictures of license plates in all sorts of different contexts, and you teach it how to learn to identify the license plate and read the license plate. In the same way with facial recognition, you give it lots and lots and lots of pictures of people, and you get it to start to identify the face and the facial structure, and then compare it, and then it builds an algorithm around that. So particularly early versions of facial recognition were trained on very homogeneous groups of faces, lots of white men, because that's the databases that were available to the early pioneers of facial recognition. What quickly happened was that when you presented something that was outside that data set, like blackmail, it would not identify as readily in that facial recognition algorithm. So in that use case, the equity issues are around the quality of recognition of different racial groups or subracial groups based on how well represented they are in the database, as well as how well they represent in the algorithm. There's also systemic issues that might occur around any one of these issues. So again, with facial recognition, particularly camera systems that are digital often don't have the same level of color depth for certain tones as for other tones. So people with very dark skin, regardless of their racial background, but if they're dark-skinned, they're more likely to have less color depth and therefore less information about their facial structure in the image. So there's this systemic challenge that is created around facial recognition, around black faces particularly, and your ability to recognize them apart from the facial recognition system entirely. So there's a systemic bias which is there. So the question which gets raised through these AIs is, are we training it on the right data? Is the algorithm exhibiting a bias? And how might we counteract that bias? So for example, with facial recognition in the Toronto Police, we set a bar about how good the quality of the match is. And if the quality of the match is too poor, we don't consider that a match. So that helps to mitigate against poor recognition, which might be associated to racial groups. It's exactly those kinds of issues that the AI Technology Committee, the AITC, is formed and would include the Equity, Inclusion and Human Rights Group to be sitting at that table to identify and discuss those types of issues that might emerge. And where we're talking about areas that are being trained off of our existing data, that is an elevated risk. So any system that we're training off of legacy data is probably going to inherit the legacy data biases. So whatever biases are built into that data are going to be there. And we have to consider that, which elevates the level of risk, which puts it higher on that AI risk score that we talked about in policy. In many ways, the policy is meant to make those much more visible, and we can have more community discussion around them. Facial recognition is a high-risk technology as a consequence of that, and it's labeled as such in our framework, whereas ALPR is lower risk because there aren't racial groups for license plates. So it's much more benign from that perspective. Another category which has been tried in various places is algorithmic policing, which is sending more police to areas where more things have happened in the past and doing that through AI. Toronto Police does not do that, and we've ruled that out because it has those existing data biases that are likely to occur. So all of that to say that the way we're approaching this is to have those equity considerations baked into the process at the AI assessment table, and to elevate to structure the risk assessment such that those types of issues increase the level of risk that we are perceiving that we need to manage, and then to offset those as well as bringing those forward to the board and to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the chair to Chief Information Officer. We talked about the procedures for post-deployment, and I'm wondering, in that deployment, is it possible to build a data set upon deployment that is created through the deployment that then would reduce the necessity of having regular analysis? So the analysis could happen in real time because you've built a data set into the deployment that could be pulled into a dashboard and defining, what are the things that you're monitoring in the deployment.
Absolutely, that's going to be possible. It's going to be case by case. But for example, the ALPR system, our retention period for hits is a day. And then the hits disappear; they're deleted. So if we're looking at that time frame and being able to report on an ongoing basis, we could absolutely make that part of a dashboard, or address compliance to that, which is a key metric around ALPR and privacy protection. We could make that part of a dashboard, and I think that's part of the analytics framework, which we've discussed, and having the accountability metrics underneath each of the product lines that would protect the public in those circumstances.
In particular, because this is such a new technology, it's evolving so quickly, and therefore such a deployment process that includes that embedded monitoring process, I think would be really helpful. And so am I hearing that it is the plan that some degree of this and would be made available for us to see and understand?
Yes, that's right. That's correct.
Great. And I just am reading through the policy, and I thank my colleagues' questions about the potential for bias, but the word bias is actually not in the processes. So it talks about equity, it talks about analysis and considerations, but the word bias, I feel, is what we are really wanting to avoid. And I'm wondering, is there any opportunity to consider adding that specific, just pulling it to the front? Because I think that we're very sensitive about how this is implemented just because of how far-reaching the impact could be.
This actually was an interesting discussion amongst ourselves and amongst stakeholders. Bias is central to the question, but the challenge is there is nothing without bias. All data has bias, and so the question is, how can you measure it? How can you quantify it? How does it compare to the process that you're replacing, which is generally human, and humans definitely have biases. Last time I checked. If you have the bias that we're replacing that's not quantified, we're bringing in a process and we're trying to assess the data. So we're trying to actually put frameworks in place that use something more concrete than the idea of bias, because it's kind of squishy in terms of really trying to address how much bias you have, where it is, and how acceptable it is. Based on the system design. So we have had a lot of discussion around this and have actually chosen to kind of lean away from that particular word because of the challenges in quantifying it. And because there's a natural instinct to say we won't have any bias. But that's not an achievable outcome in any system.
And do you foresee that one day we would be able to detect bias through using AI as a technology? So imagine that AI was reading all of our officers' notes, and then somehow it could detect and alert us when there's some red flags with regard to bias. Do you think that this technology would enable that kind of analysis at some point?
Certainly it would. The use of that is possible. Of course, it has to have safeguards of its own around how we monitor our people and how we manage our people. So that is not something that we're imminently going to do, but looking at body-worn camera, looking at assessing it, I would try and put it in the frame of coaching and improving performance, but that is certainly in the realm of possibility.
Great, thank you. And I don't know if there's any other questions, but I have a motion to move.
Can I just add one thing to the issue of bias? So in the policy itself, while we do use the word bias in a number of contexts, sometimes as biased policing, the way that we ended up phrasing the analysis that's needed about what I believe you intend is an analysis of possible unintended consequences of the proposed use of the technology from legal and human rights perspectives, including the potential for disproportionate impacts on human rights code protected groups, and steps the service will take to mitigate these. So that's the terminology that we're using in the policy.
Thank you. So I have a motion to move.
Chair, if I may, could I just have your indulgence, and through you, have the CAO just highlight an element of the equity strategy that speaks to this as well, just for closing the loop on all the work that's already going on in this space.
I just wanted to highlight, because I know that there's a motion around incorporating an ABR lens and a framework. So in the equity strategy itself, we had already self-imposed that we would do something in this regard. Specifically, the recommendation was around seeking input from diverse internal and external stakeholders who do have an anti-Black racism and accessibility lens to help guide the decisions and purchase of new technology, including artificial intelligence. So it may not go as specific to like a framework, but certainly a recognition that we do need some sort of consultation and even maybe a consultation group to have these kinds of conversations.
And just for the record, that is action item 9.1 out of the strategy.
That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we have it up. I just give people just a minute to look at it, and
yeah, this just takes what you're already doing, but pulls it out to the front and embeds it in the AI policy. Yeah.
and I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Chair. And then, are we going to speakers, I guess, if anyone wants to speak?
We completed the deputations, we came back, then. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize, because I said any more questions before.
No, I just wanted to speak on the policy.
Please.
I don't have any more questions.
No.
Oh, okay.
You could make a comment, sorry.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to point out, because I have, we all have great, we can all relate to what the deputies are talking about, but I just want to, I wanted us to be mindful too. What I appreciate in the wording of this policy is that it is not just about those use pieces when we're out responding to service calls and what might happen in facial recognition or plate identification or anything like that. AI is going to permeate everything, including the paperwork piece. And the policy gets at that a little bit, but I just want us to be mindful that that has to be watched as carefully as everything else. And, I'm at an unfair disadvantage because I just spent 2 days immersed in the ethics of it all at this conference that is coming to Toronto and is going to sort of interact with the Vector Institute on all of this. But there was a really interesting comment there. He said, you're going to be okay as long as you implement it into your processes, and including the administrative ones. You don't want to use AI to hide what you can't do. You want to use it to be better at what you do. And that's to me as important as the stuff that might happen as a result of the out there response part of the job. It's that it starts to show up in the writings. And so there's going to have to be a lot of training about making sure that there isn't an overuse and an under-experience happening from one employee to the next in terms of just writing a report. We're all going to have to get used to understanding my really reading a report that's really reflective of the experience of the service. Are they trying to tell us that? Or did they just say the board asked for this and I don't have time for this, so AI wrote them a report that might make them happy? You don't want to be that way. And so the idea that's why I was asking the thing about when does the chief hear about it? What is the BRM? Who's looking at this? Because we haven't even begun the sexy stuff, the stuff that helps you be better in response. That's the first stuff we're going to buy. But it's just going to keep coming and coming and coming. And I'll bet that every time the chief goes to the IACP, they're going to show him a better way to get the paperwork done until we're just not on top of whether we're hearing from him or hearing from tech. And so the policy does touch on that, but that's why I'm going to keep asking, what is the BRM? Who's on it now? What is the AITC? Who's on it now? And what did they see this year? Because I think we've got to look at both pieces as it goes forward. Web3 is just going to keep changing what comes at us through that and AI. And so I appreciate that those pieces are in here as well, and that even if you're using it for the paperwork, you still need to go back to that reference point and say, this is my intended use of it. What do you think? And there is going to be an interface with the Office of the Chief to make sure that, that meets that's our strat plan. That's where we want to go. Yeah. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. So Councillor Chang made the motion. I seconded it. So all in favor? Seeing none opposed, that motion carries. And can I have a motion to receive item number 7, please? Councillor Kostakis and Nick Migley. Sorry. Yeah. The mayor of Wasaga. Yeah. Thank you. I think it was, I said Nick Migley. Okay. And moving on now to item number 12. That's the report from Chief Demkiw, the annual report of cooperative joint and consolidated procurements for 2023. We were going to receive this, but Councillor Carroll, I believe you had a question.
Yeah, just a quick one. I noticed in the report, it talks about major entities that are sort of what lead agencies are called, that are leading some of these cooperative purchases, and we're not in there, but we're taking advantage of this. So I just wondered, what's the contract performance evaluation piece? Do they let all the people who are taking part in the contract know, we've been happy this year, they're doing what contractually we asked of them? What's the performance eval?
What they will tell us is if they intend to extend or use the option years, or if they say, no, we're ending it, so all of you guys are on your own, kind of come up with your own. So we'll get some feedback that way. I don't know if there's like a formal, let's sit down and talk about some of these major contracts. I'd have to follow up. I don't believe it's as formalized as
okay.
that.
I would appreciate that. I'm not going to move a motion. I just see it as an undertaking, but I just see this as, it is the wave of the future. To be able to do this and save some money is great, but I think we do want to, at the renewal points, be saying, are we super happy with these guys and we want to exercise the additional year's option? How's everybody feeling about this? Because you could forget to compare notes, and the next thing you know, you're at the end of the 2-year extension before you find out, hey, that cost us $5 million more than it needed to, that sort of thing. Or we were unhappy with the way they delivered in stages. All those things that can come up in performance eval. As long as somebody's doing it, and you can say, can I see it? Yeah.
So certainly with our own purchasing decisions, we do make those calls to say, how did that go? Do we want to continue a joint procurement next time, or do we want to go on our own because maybe that supplier in particular didn't meet our needs, or their supply chain issues? So we do make those decisions for ourselves. I just don't know if like the group that are participating necessarily do that formally.
Okay.
Thank you. So for item number 12, if there's no more questions, may I have a motion to receive, please?
Sure, so moved,
Thank you, Councillor Carroll, seconded by Nick Migliori. All in favor, seeing no one opposed. Moving on to item number 13, which is the report from Chief Demkiw, Toronto Police Service Audit and Quality Assurance Annual Report. Before we move to questions and comments, we have a deputation by Mr. Langenfeld.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can, Mr. Langenfeld. Please proceed.
Okay, before I start here, did we skip item number 9?
Mr. Langenfeld, because we want further consultation on it, we deferred it to the next board meeting.
Okay. I wasn't... okay, no problem. I just got to find my comments here for item 13.
Yes, take your time. And we will, when that appears on the next board meeting, we will reserve your deputation for that on item number 9 for the next month.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if it makes more sense to have the points beforehand, that you consider those while you're considering other things or not. I'll leave that to you. But, okay, going on to item 13 here. I'll just try and share my screen. And I am locked out from sharing my screen at the moment. So if they could unlock me, please. No, I'm still not. I have the signed in as Deputy Chris Langenfeld. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. So this is on the annual audit and quality assurance, and I just have a few quick points here. The property and evidence, the video evidence section, and they've got 1,200 hours budgeted here for auditing that. And I'm just wondering, wasn't part of the $50 million Axon contract that we signed last year to a 10-year contract for the evidence.com and everything's supposed to sort of take care of some of this video evidence management? And so I'm wondering if on the audit side, that doesn't actually mean that there's an excessive budgeting there of time to do this audit on video evidence. And then the other item here was in Appendix B, it talks about after action reports and recommendations, and this had been deferred because the people that are on the TPS that are responsible for this are currently involved in, I guess it's the response to protests and things like that. And my concern is that if those are the people that are dealing with that area, that I'm assuming those are also the people that would deal with FIFA and preparing for the June 2026 World Cup. And my thinking and concern here is that this audit of after-action reports and recommendations, if there's any issues that get found there, that may actually relate to how well prepared they are for preparing for FIFA. And so I wonder if, I guess my concern is how long is this going to be deferred if we're only talking about a couple of months, but this isn't, from the appearance, it doesn't look like it's included at all in the plan for the 2024 year. And if it's put off till sometime in 2025, presumably then they're also supposed to be well into their planning for the FIFA coming 2 years later. So, and I had mentioned previously in a comment on one of my slideshows that it's also the Morgan report pointed out that the board should be dealing with these major events proactively. And so I'm wondering if the board is going to start considering the issues around FIFA and start having some discussions about your plan on that. That concludes my comments on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. So I'm not sure I should address, you first had some questions over the property audit and video evidence. Deputy Dalloway, I'm not sure if you could answer the first question.
So Chair Edward Dan, he's here from AQ&A.
Thank you.
It's on already? Okay. So my name is Edward Yan. I'm the acting manager of the Audit and Quality Assurance Unit. So the property audit is a statutory requirement audit that we have to do every year because we have a huge different type of evidence and property. So we do it on a cycle. So next year, for 2024, we are going to look at the video evidence sections. So because as Mr. Langenfeld indicated, because now we have body-worn cameras, so we have generated a lot of video evidence. So the audit is basically to take a look at the integrity and the continuous safeguarding of the video evidence.
Mr. Yang, I'm not sure. Also, there were some questions as it related to the after-action responses and some questions, would they be deferred till after the FIFA Cup because you've got the same kind of staff that are supposedly taking care of that, but they're busy working on FIFA. I think there was some questions surrounding how that was going to roll out. So I wonder if you could help us.
So we have a preliminary meeting with them, and unfortunately, because of the event happened, during the last several months, they are all pretty busy and tied up with, dealing with the day-to-day demonstration. So they don't have the opportunity to sit down with us to go through the details of, because we need to collect evidence, we need to talk to all these individual people, but they all tie up right now. So that's why we're deferring the audit until later on.
And there was a question about the timeline. Is that accurate? Is it going to be after FIFA? Or can you even give us a prediction when that's going to start? And I realize you have priorities and you go in and you select major areas initially and decide what to do the audits. I do understand, but just in terms, I guess Mr. Langenfeld was concerned about timing. Unfortunately,
we just don't, we don't have a crystal ball to assess the events right now because it is still ongoing within the city. So
maybe I can chime in. I mean, certainly at a command level, we look at reallocations and backfills, and that informs what kind of the gap is and the need. If there is any staffing or resourcing conflict that we think we need to address, either that's a 2025 budget ask or that's a backfill. So that's how that would be looked at.
Thank you for both Deputy Dallowell and Mr. Yang. Are there any questions from anyone else? Comments?
I have some questions from staff when we're done with staff.
Yes, Mr. Langenfeld is the only one on item 13, so please go ahead if you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I had one. If we go, the review of the online reporting portal.
Yep.
It's a review to determine what controls exist to allow only eligible incidents to be reported by members of the public via the portal. So I'm just trying to get at what we're reviewing here, because would the portal not have been set up in the first place with some sort of technological controls around what you could put in it?
Right now, the portal mainly is for non-emergency incidents. So we have different, parking complaint, bicycle theft, that kind of stuff there. So right now, anybody can go in and report. There's actually no filter at the beginning of the portal.
Isn't?
No.
Oh, okay. So we're looking at how to refine that.
So yes, because right now, our preliminary finding is there's a lot of high incidence of rejected report because people, they went in, they report stuff that they should be calling 911, so it's an emergency. So
we don't catch it and redirect them right now. We gotta refine that a little.
Yeah, so we're looking at a way of how to, at least maybe filtering them at the beginning.
Okay, and if I could ask a follow-up question on the after action reports and recommendations. It would seem to me that you don't necessarily need to delay it. With respect to FIFA, you're gonna prepare for that anyway. As these findings come along, they can help us in that regard. But you wouldn't not plan until after you hear from this, right?
No, I think. Thank you, Councillor, for the opportunity to elaborate on that. This is an audit of a process we engage in regularly. So we get after action reports on major events that come with recommendations. We engage in review of those recommendations, adjusting processes, operational decision-making, et cetera. This is an audit of that process. So the learnings from after-action reports happen regularly. This is an audit of a process that exists. So what we need for FIFA planning and the learnings from past events is happening on a regular basis.
Right. The learnings can come while you're in flight with one event and inform the next.
Absolutely.
Okay, super. Okay, those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I would like to have a motion for item number 13 to receive, which was the Toronto Police Service Audit and Quality Assurance. Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by Nadine Spencer. All in favor? Seeing no one opposed. The next item is item number 14, which is the annual report of non-competitive purchase for 2023. And again, Mr. Langenfeld, you are going to depute on this on item number 14. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick here. So I just had 4 quick questions here on items in the details here. So in Appendix A, the sole source purchases, it's a little surprising that we would be sole sourcing graphic design and digital advertising. When I saw that, my first thought was, doesn't everybody have a cousin or know somebody that does graphic design and advertising? So the idea that that would be a $150,000 sole source project seems a little unusual. There's another item here for Adobe Flash plugin software license renewal. And for those that don't know, Adobe Flash has been out of support for a long time now. And I thought we had actually replaced the major case management system. Is this just sort of the last year that was needed, or is this an ongoing thing? I know I have free Adobe Flash support software, so the fact that we're paying almost $40,000 for a license for the service to have that just raised a flag for me. And then a rather larger issue here is this Kirk Ziola HR Consulting. And I looked him up, and he's on the Ontario Sunshine List. And in 2016, he earned $102,000 as an employee of Toronto Police Service as a TPS benefit analyst. And so we paid him $102,000 plus benefits and everything when he was on staff in 2016. And now we've spent $337,000 on him in 2023. So is it just coincidental that his name carries on, or that raised a flag certainly concerns where we end up having people who were staff and were employees, and we paid them a reasonable wage, and then they become consultants, and all of a sudden their fees triple, and the taxpayer is footing the bill, which is the concern there. And then on the single source purchases, there's just the one item here. The idea that we have a $127,000 bridging contract for painting services. Again, I don't know how many painters I know or have met. I couldn't count them on my hands and fingers and toes. So the idea that suddenly we have a single source $125,000 bridging contract, in a week, I'm sure you could get 100 quotes from painters that would be interested in a big annual contract. So I'm wondering, why is this amount of money being spent on a single source for a painter? That concludes my questions on this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Langefeld, and Deputy Dollowell is going to try to answer some of them.
Sure, thank you. So through you, Chair. So the purchase on Blue Door, the reason that was a sole source was it was actually an initiative joint with the TPA. This was the recruitment and online advertising sort of campaign that actually won the Business Excellence Award, or was a part of that package. So the TPA had initiated that. We wanted to expand the scope to go broader than just the cadets on that campaign. And so just by virtue of the methodology, the measurement and everything, the branding, all of that was already there. So we were sort of compelled at that point in time to continue on with it. And this represents our portion of a shared cost with them for a very successful campaign. That contract did conclude, so no, that is not one you will see again on the next report. In terms of the Adobe one, I don't have the specifics. I believe it's specific to the major case management software and not to the Adobe piece of it, because yes, as the deputant mentioned, that is widely available, but this is a specific plugin for a specific software that we already have. That is why it is a sole source, meaning we wouldn't have had any other way to plug in. The reference to Kirk Ziola, in 2016, he was indeed not an employee, but a contract employee with us. At the time, there was a lot of HR transformation work. They were overhauling the pay and benefit system. Fast forward a number of years, that entire unit effectively went through a complete management overhaul of the one unit that basically runs $900 million of payroll and benefits. It was extremely essential that we brought someone in as we frankly restored the workplace. It was a workplace restoration and significant culture work that happened, and we needed someone that actually knew our systems and our processes to kind of steady the single most important unit probably to our members in some ways to make sure payroll operations continued. That contract too will after this year not be there. He's actually, we've now staffed up. He is now on a very part-time basis just completing project work, and you won't see that one again. And then the painting, when we say it's a bridging contract, this is one that likely is a joint procurement either with the city or the province where there's an interim period where the contract has lapsed, we need to continue services until the next contract is up and running. And so we have this bridging period to support our state of good repair and all of our building work. Those are the reasons.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Before I ask for a motion to receive, I'd also like to acknowledge Nicole Corrado. She also gave a written deputation that was in your materials. At this time, can I have a motion to receive item number 14, please? Nadine, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley. All in favor? Seeing no opposition, moving on to item number 15, which is the semi-annual report, publication of expenses, July to December 31st, 2023. And I believe Mr. Langenfeld has a deputation to make. So when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure you'll all be glad to know this is the last item I'm speaking on. Of course, it's also almost the end of the day, but that's a good thing. Or at least for the public portion. You guys will do the private portion and the confidential portion. And I would like to bring up again, I mentioned once before that, it used to be the confidential portions happened in the mornings and the public meetings happened afterwards, and there were logistical advantages to that. And today it would have perhaps saved us from having a lunch break in the middle. And some people, I know John Sewell is still waiting, and I heard him on the phone at before 9 o'clock this morning. Looking at the publication of expenses, and Chief, I'm going to take a shot at you here. So before I do, I also want to acknowledge and thank the service for their all the situations as you're responding to protests today and everything that where it has gone well and hasn't involved arrests. And I appreciate that your officers often have to deal with very tense situations, and so I certainly I am mindful of that and appreciate that for what that's worth, and I'm sure it's not much. But in your expenses here, on the chief's expenses, there's two items related to particularly Israel and Jewish groups. And then on Deputy Chief Johnson's, there's another for the same program down in the U.S. in New York. It's just shy of $10,000 between the two of them, and that represents more than 8% of the service's total budget, or the service's expenses for all staff. And I think it's great that people should take the effort to be informed about matters that relate to the Holocaust and things that happened in the war. I've certainly tried to make an effort to inform myself on those topics. I don't know that it's reasonable, though, for the taxpayers to pay combined for these multiple things here, almost $10,000 to send a couple of staff on, in one case, a 10-day trip or a 12-day trip, and another one a 2-day trip down to the States in order to learn about the Jewish experience. I point out that I think it's a safe bet to say that nobody in the service has put any effort into going to Palestine and Gaza to see what's going on there and to understand fully the experience that they're currently having. So I think there's a concern here of bias. I guess we come back to, we had that term before, and there's just a question of bias as to how the service responds to all these situations. And I appreciate that it's a very challenging situation and lots of points of views and high tempers, but I think it's also a concern when we're spending this kind of money on courses for particular religious and ethnic training. I think for other groups, we would probably be inclined to see that those groups would be expected to foot the bill in order to make their case to the police department. They wouldn't be expecting the police department and the taxpayers to pay them $10,000 for the privilege of being educated. So that concludes my comments on this item.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? I'd just like to acknowledge as well, Nicole Corrado provided a written deputation. Thank you again, Ms. Corrado. And may I have a motion to receive item number 15? Thank you.
I do have questions as fast. I just wanted to wait till Mr. Langenfeld was done and we were in committee.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to ask about what the policy is when it's a big event where multiple members of the service are going. IACP sort of jumps on the expenses because people seem to go for different time frames, and a lot of people went. Is that, you know, issue specific? What's the policy on that?
So when we have big conferences, the first thing command does is we have to submit to the chief's office sort of a suggestion on who should go and not to represent the service. Typically, who goes on the services sort of officially representing the service are committee members, those who are presenting or have a vested interest on the topic and that kind of thing. So it's usually
committees on the IACP.
Yeah, so there's a number of us that are on IACP committees representing Toronto, but on an international stage. So they are the ones who typically would go first. What is not maybe as obvious in the publication report is there is a collectively bargained senior officer program for training and development. That's sort of handled a little bit through kind of our HR stream, where other members, even if they're not on a committee, can use their training allowance that was collectively bargained in and negotiated that they would have to be able to go, whether it's on conferences or courses for professional development. So IACP is a good example where, because that conference is kind of later in the year, not everyone would have used their SUE bargained training allowance, so many would have opted to go on that using that SUE program.
Oh, okay.
The only other thing I'd add is when you look at things like IACP or even CACP, you have committees and other bodies that may bump up against those to allow people to travel, you know, one time, not twice. So, for example, IACP in the fall, right before is Major City Chiefs. So I'm a member of Major City Chiefs. We have a number of people who are members of committees of Major City Chiefs, which brings together police leaders from Canada, US. So those bodies will have meetings that coincide with the IACP. So that's why you sometimes see that. And it's to
so
allow
some
us,
might go down for just the days
you don't make
of their
two
committee,
trips.
so
You make
they're
one trip and you have
down
two.
early, leave early.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So that's, you know, one of the things that impacts what you might see in that regard that is hard to tease out in a financial report.
Okay, thank you. And then, Madam Chair, what's our policy for us? Where I see little local expenses, they're itemized for the command, and I assume those are like parking expenses and travel expenses, where it's like $22 to go to a FIFA meeting and things like that. What's our policy for board members? Is we council board members, we're using our own expense accounts for the most part. But do we have a policy for us that mirrors theirs?
Yes, and we can make that available. There is, you know, a policy. There's also, you know, we publish all the reports of all the expenses, and there are approvals. Dewey's going to bring it up. So, for example, we try a little in the way to be equitable. For example, if there are conferences. So, for example, Lisa's on the Ontario Association of Police Services Board. Nadine is on the Canadian Association of Police Governance. So, for example, because they're already represented on that often they get the turn, but we also are pretty vigilant about who goes so that we ensure people do get that kind of fulsome experience. We also avail ourselves of We get a group rate at some of these organizations for all their seminars. A lot of them we go to virtually to save, but we get a group rate. So, for example, if you have more than 10 people, for example, you get a discount on. So those are just some examples of how we try to make sure people in terms of conferences and committee work get to do that equitably, but also in terms of expense, I think there's fixed, for example, meal allowances for the days, those kind of things. They're all, I would think, similar to the city or the province or so.
Yeah, I'll maybe have a look at that later. It just seems like the command is itemizing it more than we're itemizing it. There are a couple where we've got a bulk item in there, and then it makes us stand out.
We have them, and we actually release them.
If you put them in, attached to the event they were for, we would look about the same.
Yeah. No, we do have it. We do have them, and they're routinely approved by myself, and they are a matter of in the public domain, because obviously we are paid by the public. So,
that's I thought this was all the public was going to see. That's the only reason I raised it, because if we're putting ours in as just a lump amount, like if you don't mind my saying, Madam Vice Chair, it's just sort of all the expenses for the quarter just listed as a lump sum, which looks different from their practice. So if it is available to the public somewhere, that's fine.
It's in there too, itemized. There's
Yeah.
more pages that are itemized.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's more pages and they're all itemized.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, as long as they can see them. Yeah.
We're very frugal.
Although, oh no, I wasn't talking about the quantum. I was just talking about our methodologies should
yes, absolutely
somehow look the same. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. So for item 15, sorry, can I have a motion to receive, please? Nadine and Nick, all in favor. Seeing nobody opposed. Moving on to item number 16, and we do have some deputants on the Chief's Administrative Investigation reports. The first person is Kate Alexander. Can you hear us, Miss Alexander?
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello.
So when you're ready, please go ahead.
Lovely. Thank you so much for having us. I live in Los Angeles now, so I've been up since 6 listening to everyone. So thank you for having me. I will get started and say I'm an advocate and founder of cross-border nonprofit Eve End Violence Everywhere. Thank you for your time today. I'm honored to be here, and thank you for listening to survivors of sexual assault and intimate partner violence. I continue to advocate for those who can no longer speak. My attempted murder was dispatched to 53 Division on July 31st, 2021, and it was stayed. 5 charges in the provincial and 3 in the federal court under my ex-boyfriend's Chapter 11B charter rights, Jordan's Rule. Your tactical team found me in pools of my own blood and saved my life that night, and then parked outside both of his residences for days until he turned himself in, which I'm eternally grateful for. I'm here humbly asking for one more step of assistance. Because of the stay, it means he has suffered 0 consequences and is free to harm others, which he has, including his adolescent son, who, to tie back to previous matters, was forced to wear Hitler mask continues to execute hate crimes. Your officers have already been to his residence at 190 Banff Road in Leaside twice since the peace bond hearing on March 26, 2024. A stay does not mean he is innocent. It does not mean he is guilty. We have his brutal attacks on video. A stay means there's indecision. I somehow survived the physical impact that night, but the mental anguish of never having a trial nearly pushed me over the edge. This is why I'm speaking out. It is gruesomely apparent that there is a dire need to reform the injustice system and protect citizens and you incredible people in the line of duty. I'm working with parliaments on all levels, survivors on a daily basis, and to create better communication with allies. I would love to work with Toronto Police Services. It is strategically advisable to have a unanimous support of bills that protect survivors, victims, and EMS alike. This is not a political agenda or partisan issue. Our human rights are being violated every single day. We have empathy and compassion for police's hardship, and thank you for risking your lives every moment you courageously walk into situations that others are screaming to get out of. With the utmost respect, here are my suggestions. Have TPS publicly support Bill 173, declare IPV an epidemic, just like Sault Ste. Marie did, because a woman is dying every single day in Ontario. Support Bill 392C, which was just tabled yesterday on the federal level. This would make it illegal for a stay of charges of a serious nature so that dangerous criminals could be tried and you would never have to rearrest them over and over again. Justice would finally be served. Support all other bills, such as Bill 332C, coercive control, which would make coercive control a criminal offense and prevent extreme physical violence before it happens and save lives. It would also prevent the need to rearrest the same perpetrators over and over. As I've heard from your members, you're all tired of doing that. Bill 332C is at its third reading and would be great if we could have this passed before end of session mid-June on the federal level. Another suggestion is provide a female officer on site for statements, as most female survivors will not be comfortable speaking to men. It's nothing against men. I have amazing brothers and an awesome father. This is simply because we have most often been traumatized by abusers who just happen to be men. That there was not a female officer permitted in the home that I was nearly murdered in, and I was unable to ask for one because of how severely concussed I was. There was blood all over my body in the house with the weapon seen by the number of numerous tactile members. So charges were laid immediately, but I was not able to give a statement that night because I was too traumatized. Again, we appreciate TPS and all of the progressive, brave, and heartfelt work you do every single day to keep us all safe. We want to help keep you safe as well. Do what is in alignment with public good. Protect all victims of abuse, sisters, aunts, mothers, nieces, friends, and daughters. We all deserve to be safe, citizens and heroes in uniform. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Really appreciate your comments, and if the board sometimes does reach out and advocate on different pieces of legislation, and perhaps you could, what you said, perhaps you could provide us with your deputation in writing. And also, I'd also like to commend you too, if you want to reach out and you would like further assistance, we would be happy to liaise and make sure that you receive additional support if you so wish from victim services. But I would appreciate if you could send in writing your deputation, if you could. Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments as a result of Ms. Alexander?
Madam Chair, I was just going to ask the same thing, if we could get it in writing, because, well, especially the bill that's brand
Yes.
new, we're not familiar with it. We haven't had the opportunity. But I'm wondering if, I think she just
I think she is
disconnected.
gone, but hopefully, I have seen.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you,
I'm
Ms.
here.
Alexander. We would be very appreciative of that, because if in fact the board does look at whether or not we participate in advocating for certain bills, it would be really helpful if we could have it in writing, and then we can look at that.
Okay, excellent. I will send that over immediately.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
I'll wait till we have all the numbers.
Chief, the chief wishes to speak.
I'll just add that we are members of the CACP Law Amendments Committee, and I'll speak to the leadership that sits on that committee to have discussions at the committee level as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you for the comments. Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Our next deputant is John Sewell. He's also provided a written submission. And are you on the line, Mr. Sewell?
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Sewell. Go ahead when you're
Thank
ready.
you. Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of the Toronto Police Accountability Coalition regarding item 16.1. This deals with the police chase where the person being chased was killed in a crash. And we have two concerns with this item. First, the subject officer did not agree to an interview with the SIU or release his notes to the SIU. We want police to be accountable for their actions. So when police do something, we want to have that police officer say, here's why I did it, and here are the circumstances. Here's an officer who is not willing to do that. We think that, and I provide in my letter the documentation, that in fact, the officers should be required as a matter of employment to actually cooperate with the SIU. And we think that in fact, that can happen under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In the interim, since we don't have that procedure, we think that the board has to take strong action to ensure that this kind of an officer is not dealing with the public. Because this is an officer who says, I'm not accountable to the public. And that's a big problem. So we're suggesting that in fact, in the interim, until we get a new law on this matter, the board should remove this officer and other officers who refuse to cooperate with oversight bodies from dealing with the public. And they should be assigned to administrative duties only. There's no other way of trying to get police to be accountable. And that's one way of trying to do it. Secondly, the report also notes that 5 other officers did not respect the suspect apprehension pursuit policies of the provincial government. So here we've got 5 officers did not respect the rule regarding police chases, and somebody got killed because of that. And we think we need very strong rules to ensure that that doesn't happen again. One of the things we're suggesting is that the board should adopt a policy which is better than the provincial police chase policy, and that chases should not be permitted by a Toronto Police Service unless someone's life is in danger. And I think and what we're recommending is that the board establish such a properly enforced prohibition policy, preventing police chases except in those circumstances. I think we also think that very strong action must be taken against these officers who have breached the rules in a way that somebody got killed. So they're the 2 points I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Sewell before we move on? Thank you. Next person is Alexa Barkley. Miss Barkley. I thought she came on before.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Miss Barkley. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. My name is Alexa Barkley, and I'm here representing Survivor Safety Matters, an advocacy organization made up of survivors of sexual violence. It is encouraging to see the SIU investigating allegations of sexual assault. It is critical that all allegations of sexual assault are properly investigated, given that there are statistics that prove that the majority of sexual assault reports are genuine. I'm here today to pass along some of the feedback that our organization is receiving from survivors about their experiences in the criminal justice system. I can speak with authority on this issue given my connection to the survivor community and given that I am a victim who has been through the 2 separate sexual assault cases in the city of Toronto. The feedback that we are receiving from the survivor community on their experiences of the justice system are entirely negative and in some cases extremely upsetting. Survivors who choose to engage the criminal justice system by reporting to the police tell us that the justice system is not structured with the interest of the victim in mind, and that involvement in the justice system causes significant additional traumatization. The inclusion of personal records under Section 278.1 of the Criminal Code of Canada leaves victims feeling violated when their privacy is violated while the accused is protected. We believe that there is widespread knowledge of the fact that the court process is harmful to victims, causing most victims to avoid disclosing their abuse to the police. Publicly available statistics support the fact that there are low reporting rates that are an issue in Canada. Our organization has done an analysis of how charter rights of both the accused and the victim are considered during the court process. And overwhelmingly, the charter rights of the accused are protected while the charter rights of the victim are violated. Many of these violations are tied to government levels outside of TPS, but there are things that the service could be doing to better support victims. I'll note that documentation surrounding the offerings of victim services supports the fact that TPS is seeking to care well for the survivor community. But in practice, many of our survivors are being mistreated as they travel through the judicial process. It is critical that TPS ensures that initiatives meant to help survivors are actually available to survivors, and that the voices of victims are centered in the development of policies and procedures for victim services. Survivor Safety Matters is hopeful that the Toronto Police Services Board is interested in ensuring a balanced and safe criminal justice system for survivors of sexual violence, with an eye to increasing reporting rates and offering survivors the justice that they require in order to heal. If our organization can be of any assistance, please do reach out. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Barkley, for your comments. Anybody, any comments or questions of Ms. Barkley? Thank you so much, Ms. Barkley, for coming out today and speaking your truth and alerting us to your experience. And again, I know you little talked about your experience through the justice system, but perhaps if you want to reach out to victim services, if you need any further support or any after the fact support, I commend you, and we can make that information available to you. And now there are a number of victim services embedded right in police stations now, so thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We have, again, a written deputation for Nicole Corrado, and another one that's in the materials from Dan Jennings, who's from Caitlin's Herd. That's his organization. Are there any questions from any of the materials that are arising out? Councillor
Yeah,
Carroll?
I do have a question. Well, it's a quick one. On 16.4, where the service members involved were an MCIT, I was just wondering, do MCIT, are they wearing BWC?
Yes.
They are. Oh, okay. So I suppose you would have that to help in that case. Okay. So in 16.1, which is the one that Mr. Sewell was deputing on, I noticed when I read it, I was wondering about the same things, because this is the chief's report. You're telling us what the SIU investigation said, and the SIU investigation doesn't raise the issue of the, well, some would call it insubordination of refusing to hand in their material. But the tone changes when we get to the it comes back to the TPS, and it feels like you have some real concerns here. And I thought, oh, okay, I don't know what that's about. But if we do have real concerns here, then I'm surprised at the very end it says there is misconduct, but it'll all just be handled at the unit level. So how was that decision made? Yeah.
Sorry about that, Councillor Carroll. So you'll notice in the second last paragraph on page 2 where they say there was in substantial compliance, so it would refer that they had found an issue.
Very different tone that the SIU was taking earlier on.
No, but this is in respect to the criminal investigation. Now, this is under the Police Services Act. We are compelled to do a Section 11 Chief's investigation, and in that investigation is where we will look at side issues or other issues that arise. Yeah. And it's in that review process where we identify misconduct. Misconduct is just another term for inappropriate behavior, and there's under the Police Services Act, there's 13 classifications of misconduct. What happens is an investigation is done, and then a review of the material, the evidence, is made, and a determination on what the penalty would be. If there's a Police Service Act charge, it goes to the tribunal. If it's a penalty that is a substantial reduction in time, a time penalty, it can be assessed at the unit level. And that's made in consultation with the investigating body, in this case professional standards, as well as the unit commander and the appropriate staff superintendent in charge of whatever area command that those officers are involved with.
Right. But if it's made at the unit level, there's no requirement to report back to us.
That's correct. It's not made at the unit level, it's handled at the unit level. This is investigated. It's investigated corporately by our professional standards unit, and a determination is made somewhere along the line, based on a whole number of factors, how it's dealt with, either charges laid in the tribunal or an assessment made is to return it to unit level, and really the difference is the penalty that's assessed.
Right. The challenge here, though, don't you think it's a bit of a challenge, because now a member of the public has raised this, because it came forward in a public report. The tone changes, but we don't have the details now. There's incident language that all looks like all policies were followed, but then suddenly there is this issue at the police service level that talks about insubordination, but the board is not going to hear back about that if we do it. Even in camera, I'd feel more comfortable hearing something about it, because a member of the public read it and is troubled by it.
Well, yeah. So, just to clarify, the SAU is just looking at criminal behavior. And while they have, and they often do comment on, issues that are not within their mandate, the Chief's Section 11 investigation deals with all those other issues. And it's referred to in the conclusion, where they say that, in this internal investigation, which is mandated in the Police Services Act, there was misconduct found and there was a penalty assessed.
Can I just add a little context? This is under the Governance of the Police Service Act, our Section 11 review. And the Police Service Act provides for when matters are less serious and handled at the unit level, they're actually confidential. And they're treated in a way. The Act is quite specific about us not being able to disclose what happens. It's treated as a labor record within the confines of performance. It's very different, and the Act is quite specific, the Police Service Act. We're under, of course, a different governance structure now as of April 1st, but this happened back when the Police Service Act was in force. So there is a governance framework, and this is why, in camera we deal with certain discipline matters a certain way, but there are lesser offenses that are handled at the unit level are actually required under the Police Act to be kept confidential.
So kept confidential from the public or kept confidential from the board?
It's kept confidential from everyone,
so the
other than the service.
Won't hear about it, even though it says could discredit the reputation of the Toronto Police Service.
Yeah, we typically, if it's deemed to be less serious and adjudicated at the unit level, typically it's not disclosed.
So you can appreciate
I do.
What Mr. Sewell is saying. That's a flaw in the law.
Well, and the Act has been changed so that we are under a new regime now.
There's a problem, but not allowed to know that the board on their behalf actually endeavored to find out what it was and deal with it, albeit in camera.
No, and there may be, without speaking to the specifics of this case, as we know, in camera we have the opportunity to elaborate given certain circumstances. I'm simply making clear that under the Police Act, matters that were treated as less serious and not subject to tribunal, handled at the unit level, were confidential pursuant to the Act. So they're not disclosed typically in a public realm at all. The other part I'd like to just put a fine point on is the SAU is conducting a criminal investigation. Our subject officers are afforded the same protections under the Canadian Charter as any Canadian is. And the right to not self-incriminate is one of those rights. And this is something that's been spoken of many, many times over the years. And I'm sure, Madam Chair, of course, in your experience, this is something very much front of mind. But subject officers, like any Canadian, are afforded the right to not self-incriminate, and as such cannot be compelled to give a statement.
Right. Okay. Others may have questions. I'll comment at the end.
Thank you. Are there any others? Would you like to make any other comments? As the chief indicated, I believe I heard you correctly, that if you wanted further particulars, that could be given to you in camera. You could get an update, perhaps not today, but...
Well, I can tell you this has been a subject of discussion in camera before, and perhaps best done in camera, because it is a sticky piece of law, and it is Councillor, I got to tell you, as the chief, it is something we wrestle with, and we are under a new regime now, which changes some dynamics. But this is something that has been front and center for us for sure, as it relates to police discipline and public trust.
Chief, if I could just add one finer point on that, and you know, the chief quite rightly points out the fact that, you know, police officers not only are subject to the consequences, but also protection of the criminal law, the federal laws, charter, section 11.
Sorry, you're speaking so quickly that I'm not catching it all.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to put a point on the fact that we've talked about, Mr. Sewell brought up a point with respect to an officer not having to submit his notes or undertake an interview. Under the
long-standing issue,
right?
yes.
But under the Section 11 Chief's investigative review, they are compelled to give their notes and be subjected to an interview. So while they're protected under the Criminal Code, Section 7 of the Charter, under the Police Services Act, they have to give a statement and turn over their notes. So I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Sewell was aware of that. And the second point that he raised was around the pursuit policy. There is a provincial directive, there's a board policy, and a service procedure that governs police pursuits.
Thank you. Councillor Chang?
I'm just going to piggyback off my colleagues' questions. So they're covered under the criminal code, but was a criminal charge ever laid?
No. You'll see on the first paragraph, second page, where the SIU director says the file has been closed, no further action is contemplated. There were no reasonable grounds in the evidence to proceed with criminal charges against the subject officer.
So even though there was insubordination by somebody's estimation, that is not something that is a criminal offense.
That's correct. So the insubordination is not following a rule or procedure. That's not subject to a criminal investigation.
But as an officer and the incredible weight and responsibility of that role, it seems to me that not being able to compel them to speak is a big issue, not because of the criminal code, but because of the fiduciary responsibility of their job. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, if there's no criminal code being applied, there's not a criminal investigation, it's simply an investigation into insubordination, how is it not part of their job to disclose that?
So I think you're mixing a couple things up. There was a criminal investigation done. And under the criminal investigation, subject officers, according to law, are treated just like everybody else. They're subject to the consequences as well as the protections of the criminal code, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That investigation was done. Keep in mind there are also witness officers, and witness officers are treated differently under the Act. The SIU did a criminal investigation, reviewed all the material that they're entitled to, and determined that there were no reasonable grounds to lay a criminal charge. We then are compelled to do a Section 11 chief investigation separate from the criminal once it's finished, and there we look at different criteria. And insubordination is basically a charge, if that's what it was here, for not following a rule or procedure.
So the substantiated insubordination then resulted that it was deemed such that it would then get tucked into a divisional consequence, that the consequence of that insubordination would be dealt at a divisional level, which then does not have the purview and scrutiny of the board or the public.
That's correct. Now, I know we've talked about this in camera, but you know, the review of the Section 11 findings, you know, our legal service would get involved and see if they, how they proceed. Is there enough to go to a tribunal? What's a reasonable prospect of conviction based on the information that they have? And if they don't feel there's enough to proceed, it would be an abusive process to hear it in a tribunal, and so it's dealt with at a unit level.
And would there ever be a situation where it's not criminal, but this insubordination is deemed serious enough
Yes, 100%.
that it's not tucked into the unit?
Of course.
And then what does that look like? So
It's a tribunal, it's a public hearing, it's a public record. Our tribunals are a matter of public record. You hear it reported on, unfortunately, more than we'd like.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you.
Can I do want to, because this is a very important topic, and I think I just want to make sure we don't miss one of the comments of the director of the SIU, given the context of everything we're talking about, and that is that As the brief pursuit, as for the brief pursuit that unfolded after the complainant re-entered the vehicle and took off, I am satisfied the subject officer comported himself with due care and regard for public safety. And I just don't want anybody listening to us to not, get that detail. We did have an independent review of criminal behavior or criminal allegations or concerns or, the injury rose to a need for an independent review, which is what happened by the SAU, and the SAU director clearly came back and not only said that there's no grounds to charge, actually went on to say that the subject officer comported himself with due care and regard for public safety. So I just appreciate the opportunity to highlight that sentence for the viewers.
Thank you. Any more comments? Thank you.
Yeah, if we're done questions? We're done?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe we are.
I just wanted to speak to this because it's difficult when we are speaking about this stuff in the boardroom. I can see where the blood pressure would be raised. For an officer, it's one of the, what I understand is this is one of the worst parts of their job. You did what you needed to do in that moment. You did everything you were supposed to do. But under the act, a certain thing happened, someone came to some harm for some reason, maybe even started by themselves, boom, there's going to be an SIU. That is, I get it, that is soul destroying. But I just want people to know, I get that, I understand that. But there are times when we have to ask questions, and one of them is a time like this, where if you did everything wrong, then why are you not completely complying with the investigation? You know you did the best you could. Why not hand over your notes and that? This was one of the key conversations in the early days of looking at it's time to reform the OPSA. It was one of those things we wanted, along with the thing of, can we give the chief the ability at his discretion to suspend someone without pay? It was one of those matters that boards across the province threw in there. Under the CPSA, it came out a different way, but it doesn't mean that if the public comes here, we're not going to highlight and say, are we ever going to hear back? I get that if I was ever going to hear back, we're talking about if there is a consequence, then at that moment, we're definitely talking about an identifiable individual. Of course, it would have to be in camera. It's just there are going to be times, if the hair stands up in the back of my neck, I'm just going to ask a question about, will I ever hear about this after the fact, if in an annual report or whatever. But I truly appreciate that one of the hardest things about being the officer who's got to make split-second decisions ends up in an SIU as a subject officer. That's one of the toughest parts of the job. We get that, but we have to ask our questions because we are the board.
Councillor Carroll, if I
want that to be known. I sincerely feel that. Yeah. Always have. Yeah.
So just to be clear, the officer did comply with the requirements under both investigations. It is their right and option to submit to an interview or submit their notes in the criminal investigation. Under the chief's investigation, they are compelled to give a statement and their notes, and they did. So there was no non-compliance in either investigation.
And I know that, this has turned into, it sounds like we're making a big fuss, which makes me wonder if I'm casting a chill and no report will ever have these words strung together ever again. That's not my intention either. We do have to do our job on this side of the table. Yeah.
No, and if I may, Chair, and as Councillor, I will reassure you that we do everything we possibly can to be transparent and abide by the legal constraints that we're all bound by. And the chief is bound by some that frustrate me as much as some that may frustrate the board. But please know you have my commitment that we'll do everything we can to be as transparent as we possibly can, because we recognize our duty to build trust and confidence in the communities we serve, and also your duty to govern and have oversight over myself and the activities of the service to build trust and confidence in our communities.
Thank you. May I have a motion then to receive item number 16, please? Lisa, and seconded by Nick. All in favor? Seeing nobody. No one opposed. It's received. Item number 17, which is the last item. There is 2 portions to it. It's a report by Chief Demkiw. It's the annual report as it relates to occupational health and safety update and member well-being from January 1st, 2023 to December 1st, 2023. There is a confidential appendix. If there are any questions on the public-facing part of the report, we could ask them now. If, in fact, there are any questions on the confidential portion, then we have to adjourn. We have to go into a in-camera, and then we have to come back again and close this meeting. So my first, I believe, I can't remember if it was you, Councillor Carroll, somebody asked to hold it down to ask a question, and is it on the, it's the public-facing portion?
I'm not sure, so I wanted to know more about...
do you want to help her?
Yes. Should
Yeah,
I ask?
I was just going to say he could look at what your concern is, and then we can assist you. I'm trying.
It's all doobie.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm wondering about how many officers are currently on modified duty, how many are off, and what is the average time people spend on modified and off? I guess the 2 categories.
So what I would say, and I'd be happy to answer that question, is when you think of the gradual phasing of let's say, someone's absence, it might start with like just incidental sick. It may lead to, it could be accommodated, then it might, escalate into a longer term absence. Having officers accommodated is a good thing to keep them engaged in the workplace. To foster and keep kind of the linkage to the work going. It is a better outcome often than just being off. And so certainly we have a very active sort of program around workplace accommodation, and frankly it's the law. We have to. We're a large organization. We must accommodate. So currently we have about 320 active on-duty officers that are working modified work. Modified work could be either a use of force restriction, which means maybe you're probably not on the road, but you could be in a division doing a lot of divisional work, taking statements, that kind of thing. It could also just be a modification of hours. So being modified does not mean that there's no utility. So I just want to clarify that, because there's always a lot of chatter around accommodations. We currently have 320. That is roughly about all in, where it's roughly about 6%-ish of our workforce, which actually is very good for the sector. In terms of members being absent, so for us, absences means you are an active case, you're gone for, let's say, longer than 14 days, and you are working actively with our wellness unit in terms of case management and return to work and things like that. We have 250 officers at the moment. The average duration is usual, so out of that 250, more than 3/4 of that would be like occupational sort of related. So in terms of those that, let's say, are on WSIB, the average duration where they would be off on what we would consider like a long-term absence is about 100 days. That is below the provincial average for the sector. The provincial average for the sector is actually 150 days. Ours is about 100. As all of you know, we provide updates on our wellness strategy, and what we can see is through a whole bunch of different programs and measures and proactive pieces and a lot of process rigor and things like that, we have seen that the short-term kind of number of absence days has come down by about 27% over the last couple years. We are doing very well when you think of the sector on average. For policing, 10% or higher, it's pretty normal. For us, we're in the 5% range with another 4 or 5% that are typically accommodated. And so these are, you know, the other thing I want to just give a bit of a shout out to is I'm able to give you these numbers that I would not have been able to do 3 years ago because I would have needed 2 weeks to cobble together a bunch of spreadsheets. We have come a long way in our dashboarding, in making sure our leaders know, here's the cases we're managing, here's what we think you're managing, here's what we think are accommodated. So this has come a long way in terms of the tracking and measuring and monitoring of it all.
If I may, Chair, I do want to kind of, again, put a finer point on that, is this has allowed us to drive our leadership at unit level engagement in a way that we haven't been able to do before. So the case management capacity is far improved, and it's something that the command and the senior management team keep an eye on closely and make sure our unit commanders are supported and know what to do and know how to do it and know how to move through the complexities of some of this. And you know, again, I think it's really important, looping back to accommodations. These are actually legally binding things we must do. And an organization of our size, we do not have the ability to claim we can't accommodate almost ever. Now, there's always room somewhere for that potentially, but the reality is we are going to be held to a standard that is unique, reflecting the size of our organization. And that is the duty to accommodate for us. The standard will be far higher than most other places because we do have a fairly large swath of different kinds of work that would allow us to accommodate many situations.
I just want to highlight, just in the spirit of transparency, these are the cases we actively manage. Historically, you do have, over and above this, a couple hundred people that necessarily weren't active now, maybe have not been active for 5, 7, 10 years, 2 years. There's a period at which, if the likelihood of returning is very minimal or to non-existent, then that becomes like a permanent long-term absence. If it's occupational related, then WSIB covers them till they're 65 and then they go on a pension. If it's non-occupational related, then the minute they are eligible for an unreduced pension, then they move on to that. And so that's very tightly managed, but that's 200, but those are anywhere from, I mean, those could be long-standing. The bare minimum kind of threshold is you'd have to be absent for at least 2 years or something that really suggests the likelihood of returning is very low.
It's great to hear that such good data is being used, and it sounds like it's having a positive impact on supporting people and bringing that to 100 days. That's a great achievement. I guess I'm wondering, you know, is there any possibility of a metric of how the number of officers who are on modified and off duty impacts our policing capacity? Because they're modified, and so they're still doing policing work, but they're not doing those critical frontline things that we are desperately in need of. So there's still an impact on our policing capacity. And I know it would be really hard to come up with that calculation, but I feel like it is helpful to understand, because we are in such a, I guess, I don't want to say dire straits, but we really are concerned about our policing capacity with the long response time. So anything that affects policing capacity is something that we would want to understand.
So I think to your point, if it's modified hours, that's one thing. If it's restricted duties, that's another. I don't have, in terms of direct metrics on its impact. I mean, part of it is obviously callbacks and overtime if you need to compensate, but part of it also might be that they're doing a duty that you otherwise might need to hire a net new person for. So I'm not sure it's necessarily lost capacity in that way. It might be lost frontline capacity, but we are large enough and resource constrained enough that there is nobody who is accommodated that is not doing value-added work where we would not have otherwise needed that done anyway.
And I think, if I may, is those who are off and not working, is a very important metric for us when we think about capacity to deliver on core services. And when we look at our product lines on what we deliver on, that we have to find a way to weave into our multi-year hiring plan. The reality is this occupation generates occupational injuries. 3/4 of those who are absent are for occupational injuries. You've watched us talk or heard us talk about officers having their knees blown out or serious injuries, stabbings, et cetera, these members are recovering from serious injuries. And we need to build in the capacity to recognize that a certain percentage of people will not be available due to the nature of the work. So capacity does not equal how many people on the payroll if you don't factor in that some of that payroll is going to be injured because of the duties they do and not available for service. So we do have to find a way, as I think you're driving at, to weave that into our multi-year hiring discussion, that load capacity is going to be impacted by occupational issues.
So it's a given metric that we know will always be there, and how we account for it in our multi-year hiring plan.
This, in a way, is the cost of doing business in the public safety realm. What I would say is our metrics are generally actually best in class. We have other services asking us, like, what are you doing? And certainly asking about a lot of our programming. But there's very real risks with the role.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the good work in this area. Much appreciated.
Thank you. May I have now then a motion to receive item 17, please? Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. All in favor? And at this point in time, the board will now adjourn for the public portion and reconvene for the in-camera portion for consideration of confidential matters pursuant to Section 44(1) of the Community Safety and Policing Act. I'd like to move the following motion: that the Toronto Police Service Board adjourn the public portion of this meeting to move in camera to discuss the following matters. Number 1, Chief's verbal updates, confidential operational updates. Item number 2, investigative matters. Item number 3, operational needs. Item number 4, labor relations matters. And number 5, board updates on confidential proceeding. May I have a motion to move into the confidential? Thank you. And seconded by Nick. And now may I have a motion to adjourn? I think I just need one party, Nadine. And the next public meeting will take place on Monday, June 24th at Police Headquarters. Thank you. Okay, we have snacks.